We need to watch.
Everybody.
There should be a new link, so I'll give the link. 2 seconds. But anyways, going back to what you were saying, you might want to recap or restate what we were stating. Well, this happens sometimes, people. I apologize. But this is Sasha's podcast, The Darkness, take 2. Take 2, call me in the morning. 2 seconds, fixing everything. Usually that means somebody was being a dick or the signal got interrupted. Usually. And I'm watching.
I don't see anybody being a dick in the chat. I think you caught that one person trying to be a dick, but...
Yeah, I've been shutting it.
I think it was more so sick.
That's okay, that gives us a refresh. Ooh, don't want to close out of that. Yep. Fixing it. And I'm watching it while I fix it. It happens. It could have just been a server issue. It could have been the internet just being a douchebag. It happens. But anyways, you were saying on this theory about Godzilla and Kong?
Well, let's see. Hold up real sec. And now, take 2. This. Period.
I call it take 2, call me in the morning.
I'm sharing out the link too, so. At least on Facebook. The theory, at least to kind of start it off, is for the folks that missed part 1. Theory is that Godzilla pretty much awoken a lot of the creatures that were kind of living underneath Skull Island, and it ticked off Kong big time, because all he wants to do is just be Kong and protect the people on the island and a lot of the species on the island, for the exception of these creatures. And Godzilla pretty much woke him up. So where my theory is, if it's what I've been hearing, which pissed off Kong, here comes this Mecha Godzilla in Godzilla's disguise, causing shit on Skull Island.
Yeah.
And Kong being Kong, realizing that good chance this is the fucker that's caused shit. Now, we all know, because you and I saw King of Monsters. Kong heard the call, he just didn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
So, it was, again, probably so Godzilla's going to Mecha Godzilla, or this fake Godzilla, goes to Skull Island to take on Kong, because, again, probably somebody wants Kong, or, find out what's going on with Kong. So they go to Skull Island with this fake Godzilla. There's a throwdown. And what happens is, well, Godzilla finds out, hey, something's going on with one of his kaiju buddies, or because he's the king of monsters, and that's what happens. He goes down there to help team up. 5-1 that happens.
Yep.
5-1.
Yep, that's how I see it. That is how I see it. Personally, I would love to see a Gamera show up. I don't think it's going to happen, but just Gamera to show up in the middle of the movie. You know?
And as much as it was happy, but the okay. My beef is it's like going back with. I had to watch a couple of the original Godzilla stuff, and it's like the original beef with the remake Godzilla. I mean, the one that came out leading up to King of Monsters, not the Sony version, but the one that came out a few years ago. The major beef was Godzilla was always hidden. You didn't really see him. He was always in the background. And the issue with this one, King of Monsters, like everybody's behind fog. All the creatures are behind fog. It's only a few seconds here and there. They're mostly hidden. I kind of agree with that. Even though there has to be a storyline, the focus is the monsters. If it's like, oh, quick cuts, only 15 seconds of X, Y, and Z, it's going to sink faster than a rock in a lake.
Yeah.
And it's just going to be weird.
I just want to watch two monsters fight. You know, that's just how I see it. Like, I honestly think when it comes to the kaiju films, Pacific Rim did it right. I know, not a popular opinion, but like, I think Pacific Rim did it the best. And
yeah, they did.
That's just me. Have you watched The Black yet?
No.
The Netflix series? Oh, it's so good.
I have to. It's on Netflix. It's on Netflix. I'll give it a chance.
It kind of pissed me off a little bit, but because it ends so abruptly, but that's Netflix for you. You know, gotta keep those viewers engaged. You know. And Bryson, if that was you that killed our feed, I'm kind of pissed at you. Because Black Lives do matter, you can go elsewhere. Sorry, not sorry. That was the last comment, and I zipped. I'm so tired of hearing about that. Yes, all lives matter.
And we weren't talking about Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, and all lives matter until we need to focus on the ones that are having difficulty, be they trans, black, or what have you, or especially Asian right now. Get over it. You know, just because I'm talking about rights and equality doesn't mean I'm talking about that. Might be talking about it overall. But no, like kaiju films to me, I want to see a bigger future with them. I want to see more Pacific Rim. I want to see more, you know, stuff of that nature. The Black is brilliant. It's nice to have a story where all of this shit has already...
Now, I don't mean to interrupt you, Sasha, at all.
Uh-huh.
Just that... if Sasha will allow me to whine, bitch, and complain for a minute.
Yeah, go for it.
Basically, today involved a lot of, if you want to say, running around and adulting a little bit. One of the things I had to do was stop by my bank. And let's see here. Basically, I was told because I'm a subscriber to now Paramount Plus, that money was taken from pretty much my bank told me, oh, your subscription to money was taken out. But the issue with Paramount Plus is it wouldn't let me log in to watch any content. Right now I'm watching stuff on my tablet, but if I bring my console up, I have to see which account's on my tablet. But if I bring my console up, it wouldn't let me watch anything. It'll tell me I need to sign up. It's the same damn account. I was like, well, if, is the money taken out? Was there an issue, meaning like with Netflix?
Mm-hmm.
If I accidentally go too low and I forget about my Netflix subscription, they'll let me know one way or another that, hey, we tried to take money out of your account. There's no funds. What's going on? Well, that's why I went to my bank. Because I wasn't able to log in. I wasn't able to. No, I stand corrected. I was able to log into Paramount Plus, but I wasn't able to watch anything. And Paramount Plus kept telling me, "Oh, sign up for our service for only $5.99 a month." So I was like, wait a minute. If funds were actually taken out of my account, you're denying me service of some kind.
Yep.
I want to know if the funds were actually taken out of my account, or were my funds too low and they stopped service because they didn't get paid. Turns out they got paid. So I now have the aspect of going to them and finding out, okay, why can't I, if I'm allowed access on my, let me see right now. If I'm allowed access on my tablet, why am I not allowed access on my console? See, yeah, folks, we're doing this live. That's why you hear a lot of popping. That's my console going up. Let's see, apps. Paramount Plus is not part of the. I'll keep things quick, folks, so Sasha doesn't get copy. Oh, F you bastards.
What's up?
I have a legit thing to complain about.
Go for it.
Oh, snap. Right now, even though you can say it, the app on my console, it's telling me, I wonder if I can sign in my computer to do it. It's telling me to start streaming your favorite shows, follow the steps below. Visit ParamountPlus.com on your computer or mobile device to follow the instructions. Enter the following code when started, and to complete the screen will refresh. Apparently, you can only sign into one app at a time, and they don't. Apparently, Paramount Plus does not like that shit. It's not like Hulu where I could manage my account on my tablet or my phone and watch something on my console because I don't have a Roku device. That's for an app that's fucked up, literally. It's kind of why I'm also critical about the Voodoo app. My console app works fine, but let's see if I could clear things and bring up the app on. I don't want to watch. Let's see here. Let's bring up my home more. Let's see here. Count here to manage your plan for. Oh, really? Please return the app. Return to the app, or wow, folks, wow. I have the app, and it's telling me in regards to manage your plan, please return to the app or platform where you subscribe to Paramount Plus. That's how fucked up this app is, folks. The app on my console is telling me I could go use my mobile device to fix shit, and the app on my tablet is telling me, no, I gotta, in essence, go to my laptop. Whatever I gotta do is go on my laptop. That Voodoo doesn't even do this shit. And that app is like almost like the worst of the worst. Hulu doesn't do this shit. Netflix doesn't do this shit. Hell, Disney Plus doesn't do this shit. Paramount Plus, fuck them, man. The only thing, reason why I'd rather be subscribed to Paramount Plus is because they got more stuff I'm watching now than Hulu.
Yep.
Hulu is, I was just paying money for nothing. They had little content. I know you want to talk about aliens, though. But
No.
it's
It's
just
fine.
something that I want, it's content for your stream. So
It's
apparently
a
I
live
gotta
stream.
wander to Paramount Plus on my computer. So,
But no,
go ahead and
streaming services suck. Not even gonna lie. Like, they are the worst of the worst of the fucking worst. You know? I'm sorry for kids that are present, but such is life. Mama's going for her backup supply.
The thing is, really, I thought I'd be logged in on,
I just found out I can only post so many times on OnlyFans a day.
Really?
Yeah. 6 is the limit.
6 times a day.
6 times a day. Even if I have a link, it's 6 times a day. And by the way, if you guys want more information about Sasha, the Princess of Darkness, my Discord link, and that is a permalink, is right there. You guys can join the Discord server, chat anytime, day or night. I'm not going to guarantee I'll answer, but I'm there. I've got some people in there. I know Lumsers is in there. I know my buddy Hibiki TMD from the Reset Button, and Hibiki is part of that as well. So definitely by all. No, I assure you it's not Spain, but welcome to the block. And we like the block, because the block is so much fun. But yes, we'll acknowledge you and block you. But anyways, yes, Hibiki TMD is there. And, yeah, many people are there. That gives you a timeout, Teddy, for the evening speen. What the hell is a speen, anyway? Sounds like a mini peen. Small peen? Yeah, sounds about right. Yes, I just shamed you for having a small peen. Get over it. I won't shame about any other body part, but having a small peen is a problem. But anyway, yes, if you want to, Discord channels down below. That is a permalink, so feel free to join the Discord chat at any time. And if you act as an a-hole, I'm quite sure either myself, Chris, or Travis, who does Hibiki TMD, will be more than glad to ban you permanently. So be nice, play nice, or fuck off. While Chris plays on Paramount. Oh yes, and thank you, Chris. I love your Hulu. Or not your Hulu, your Voodoo. Because as you can tell, I was watching Deep Rising the other night, and I love that movie. And I have to say, Chris, like, when it comes to Deep Rising, when that movie came out, at the movie theater I worked at, I am the one who spliced the film together with trailers and ran it. Because I had my projectionist license back then. And yes, this was back in the day where you actually got reels of film and had to splice them together on platters to run them. I love that movie. Believe it or not, speaking of kaiju, it was supposed to be a prequel to a kaiju movie. And it just didn't happen. In fact, I think it was either Godzilla or one of the Kong attempts to reboot Kong.
Yeah, that's one of the things I found out about Deep Rising. It's like it was supposed to lead into a King Kong reboot.
Yep.
And it just didn't happen.
Yep. But I assembled that film at my local mom and pop theater and got it running for the populace and sat up there, watched for the cigarette burns into the turnover. The old days of film. I miss it. If you don't know what cigarette burns are, please watch not only John Carpenter's cigarette burns from Masters of Horror, but also watch Fight Club. Great film, great book. I love Fight Club. Have you read the sequel comic to Fight Club, Chris?
No, I haven't.
Oh, it is so good. You need to look it up. They need to make that a movie. Get all the actors back and make it a movie. Because, yes, Tyler Durden does come back and it is worthwhile. Because basically the narrative...
speaking of Fight Club.
Yeah.
Have you, read the book?
Yes.
Okay. Because you said that. Have you read one of the other books that the author wrote called Monsters?
Oh, yes.
I kind of enjoyed that book because it was very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
What's your take on that book?
I enjoyed it for what it was, but it does not beat Lullaby. Have you read Lullaby?
No, I haven't read Lullaby.
About a children's song that kills the children. And them trying to get all of the copies of the song so kids stop dying. And why that is not a movie has me beyond pissed. But it is a good song. Or a good book, not a song. But still. Yes, brilliant writer. Chuck Palahniuk is a brilliant writer. David Fincher, despite Alien 3, and Alien 3 was not his fault. Watch the director's cut if you can. But it is great. You know?
Now I can't bitch too much.
What's that?
I can't bitch about Paramount Plus too much. I figured out what the problem was.
Do you have
basically
on your Vudu Alien 3 where it is a work print of Alien 3?
Let me see. I just know on my Vudu. Oh, you're lucky my Xbox is on. I just know it's the
standard cut.
I picked up.
I don't think you have Alien 3.
Oh yeah?
I don't think
you haven't logged in recently, have you? And somebody's been watching The Flash.
I watched it earlier. Yeah, I watched it earlier.
See? Calling you out on your shit.
I haven't finished it.
Alien 3 Special Edition.
That's the work print. Alright, I got
Special Edition.
That one's good. The work print is good. It's not a dog, it's a bull. But the work print's good. The best thing I can say about Alien 3 is that David Twohy was supposed to make Alien 3. His script was about a ship that crash lands on a planet because of an accident. And a prisoner gets loose, and people wind up dead. Does any of this sound familiar? A prisoner gets loose, people wind up dead, so they blame the prisoner. And the prisoner's like, hey, it's not me, something's going on this planet. And of course that prisoner can see in the dark. Does that sound really familiar to you? Or is it just me?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the original script for Alien 3, aside from the William Gibson treatment and the wooden priest planet, was pitch frickin' black. Now watch Pitch Black next time you see it, and imagine it as a Alien movie. And the fact that Sony did not do that because Weaver decided she wanted back in on the trilogy. We missed out. Badly. Suffice it to say. In fact, that's why we got, instead of like the wooden planet.
I must say, I liked Pitch Black. And it said, let me put it like this. It said oh God, now I can't remember her name. Claudia Black Standard. That's her name. Claudia Black. It set the Claudia Black standard, because if you watch any movie with Claudia Black in it, she's going to last about halfway into the movie before she dies.
Yep.
I'm not knocking it. I'm sure Claudia is a wonderful person. She really her roles in like Stargate and Farscape were very well. She voice acts it. She's now doing mostly voice actor work, but it's just like a lot of her roles. Like halfway through, she dies. Like really? It's like if I saw her in a movie right now, I'd be like, how much you want to bet she lasts about midway through before her character dies?
Yep.
I'll put legit money on that.
I agree. And Bryson, because you were misbehaving earlier about Black Lives Matter, you missed out on Godzilla. Sorry, not sorry. You bring up shit like that, you miss out on cool stuff. I'm letting it go for now, but don't bring it up on my channel again. Legit. I'm just calling it out because live chat, so... You know, yes, all lives matter, but until the ones that are marginalized and oppressed matter, they don't.
And to kind of respond to this, I know we were talking about to respond to Mick. I found out, I saw them years ago, but I didn't realize about them until I saw Fight Club. Then they were like everywhere.
I've known about them since early Cinemax days. And that, I guess it's just because of my OCD, watching the upper right corner. Well, what's that? Because a lot of the early cable TV shows, when it comes to cigarette burns, you would catch those. If they re-aired a movie, you'd catch the cigarette burn. And having worked in a cinema, I know what those are.
And folks, what in regards to my Paramount problem, apparently it was an ID10T problem. Meaning that apparently the email I used to sign up for Paramount Plus and pay money to was under my show's email, and apparently at least on one of the accounts I was trying to log in under was under my regular email, my personal email, and that's what was causing the confusion. Everything is now corrected and straightened out.
We are now tracking.
But still, I will stand by my bitching. I will stand by my bitching. No apologies.
So, speaking of aliens, have you watched, or have you played through Alien Isolation?
No, but I think... My can
Party foul.
Let's see here. What the hell? What'd I do? What the hell? Okay. I think it's on Game Pass this month.
You need to get it.
If you game it.
Or worse, you can watch me play it and shriek like a little girl the whole time and screw things up.
Yeah, Alien Isolation's on Game Pass.
How much?
Which means Game Pass, for the folks that might not know, and to explain to Sasha a little bit, Game Pass is the Xbox Network virtual library, game library, which means you pay a little bit extra, you have access to a bunch of games. In essence, they're yours to play.
Oh, hold up. Before you go any further, we got 12 viewers right now. Howdy, viewers.
Cool.
That is
Hello.
the most I've seen in a while. Feel free to ask questions or comments. But anyways, Game Pass. Game Pass, go on.
But Game Pass is, for those who are not on Xbox Live and everything else, Game Pass is a premium service. You have what's known as Silver, Gold, and Premium, or Ultimate. Silver is the free account that you have just to sign up. Gold is a little bit extra. That's extra for it. Game Ultimate includes Game Pass. Game Pass is like Xbox networks or the Xbox virtual library. Whatever exclusives or games that Xbox has, whether it be like from Bethesda, Bungie, or what have you, or Rare, they put in this library. And if you want to play these games, you are able, as long as you are a member of Ultimate and or Game Pass, you're able to download these games and play them at your leisure. So once your subscription goes away, you don't, even though you have these games on your hard drive, you don't have access to play them. But as long as you're a Game Pass member, you're allowed to play these games at leisure. And it's a great way to try before you actually buy. Meaning, if you're a Game Pass member, you see Alien Isolation or what have you that's a part of it, you're able to try it and probably pay for it later, so that way if the subscription lapses, you're still able to play the game or play with others that have the game. See. Right now, they have a wide variety of games on. Some of the games I already have, but.
Yeah, Alien Isolation is a great game, and I would recommend checking it out. It is a very fear-driven game. It's the boyo.
What boyo?
My son, he's in the chat, so awesome.
I don't see anything yet with chat. I don't know what's going on.
But yeah, we're just here talking about Game Pass.
Nobody's been talking in the chat, so I didn't see anything on chat right now. I saw you waving, but...
Yeah, he's on chat.
So
but no, we're talking about Game Pass. Yep, that's the kiddo.
Folks at home, I'm going to tell this to you right now, Sasha.
Yeah.
When you do your unboxing on April 10th at the show,
yes,
I'll be filming it. Number two, you have carte blanche. You and George both have carte blanche.
George ain't going to be there because I'm going to be selling for George.
I'm just saying, George will have carte blanche. I'll let George know too, because you're the only two that will have. Well, let me be more specific. You and PND Studios will have carte blanche to download this video and repost it.
Okay.
That's it. Just you two.
That's
anybody else?
That's a contract.
Copyright strike.
Man, screw copyright strikes. I hate copyright strikes.
The thing is, most people be like, well, I gave Sasha, I'll give PND Studios, and depending on the person, if I know the person, and they have a YouTube channel, if they want permission, they have to ask me first. Other than that, they do not have permission.
Okay. Hey, but aside.
There might be one other person that would have.
But Cole, you are off of school on Friday, from what I understand, and you get out 2 hours early on Thursday. Should I just get your ass on Thursday? Is that cool with Mom, the other mom? Because if so, I'm down. If not, that's cool. But I can get you early on Thursday if need be. Yeah. Is she cool with the fact that it's Easter weekend, though? That is my big question. Because it's Easter weekend. Yeah, you might want to ask. I don't want to... Because I can bring you back, Saturday evening and just keep you Thursday evening up until Sunday when it's Easter and bring you back, Saturday night or something, but just check. Anyway, sorry.
I had to read from chat.
Chat is very slow. I'm sorry, we're not as popular as Cole Firewolf. I wish we all were fucking furries and awesome and shit, but we're not. We're Mama Sash, who has a proton pack and is just trans. We're not as cool as you. Mwah. We're still cool, but we're just not as cool as you. What did you think of Last of Us 2?
I wasn't seeing anything in chat, and all of a sudden, I refresh chat, it's like all the posts are all up. I'm like, son of a bitch, man. Oh, sure, Mick. Laugh about it now.
Well, his kid made...
Like this. This piece, I'll say this right now. Mick would be one of the other people that would have automatic...
Take a break. Mama Sasha says
I'm just saying, he's got to take a break, but he'd be the other person that would have carte blanche.
Mama Sasha says so. He needs to take a break.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, he'd be one of the few people that said if you took it down and reposted it on his YouTube channel with proper links, by the way, I'd have no problem. I'd have no issues.
Oh, Elijah is here to talk about The Last of Us 2. But he's got to check with Mom about his time off. We'll talk about Lou 2 here in a little bit, but he's checking with Mom to see if I can't have him that whole big-ass stretch. And I hope I do. Because from what I understand, I may have off work. I'm not sure. It depends. I know you're off school. That should coincide. We'll see. But if not, awesome.
Cole, you probably have more subs than I do, so...
Cole is doing pretty friggin' good. He does Minecraft. He does all kinds of stuff. He's really, really good. My internet connection is really slow, not sufficient. Yeah, it'll be audio. For those of you not watching, you'll get an audio warning, but technically I'm a podcast, so audio's fine. As long as we don't get bounced. Bryson, where'd you go? Don't cause me any problems, because I will ban you. Like, permanent ban.
You do have more subs than I do, and I just subbed up under my show's account, so you just earned yourself another subscriber.
Well, the sad part was he had to finish The Last of Us 2 when my stuff... Alright, so I bring... Hey, so Cole, I bring you back Saturday night, big whoop, right? So get you Thursday night before I go to work, and then bring you back Saturday evening, let's say 9-ish. That work? Anyway, yeah, but like he does like Last of Us, not like Last of Us 2, but he does like Minecraft and stuff. He's really big into Minecraft. I can't get into it. Oh, they pick you up Sunday? Even better, they pick you up Sunday. Awesome. It just depends on the time and if you're awake and alive and how much I gotta poke you with a stick. Because you're a teenager now and I hate poking you with a stick. Because you act worse than any of my exes trying to wake up on a Sunday morning. Love you to death, but I don't want to have my head, ripped off. The Havoc, what's up? Like, seriously, like, trying to wake you up on a Sunday, Cole, is like pulling teeth from an angry bear that's on its period. I ain't going to do that. I know Chris ain't going to do that. Even with as much bear mace as Chris may have, he ain't going to do it. And he just subbed to you, so you owe me. You owe me big. You got a sub because of me. A sub because your mama's ass. You owe me. What's up, the Havoc? I don't know who the Havoc is, but awesome. Can't wait to get to meet you. Yeah, he subbed to you. Like, Chris subbed to you. Chris, Reverend motherfucking Godfather from Long Call Mafia Podcast. He subbed to you. My kid. The fruit of my loins. And yes, that was a Cannonball reference, and also well, is it Cannonball or was it something else?
I don't know. Oh, another thing is, Sasha will allow me to take the reins a little bit. I have a complaint and issue to bring up.
Oh, about me?
This one's more of a valid complaint.
About me?
Not about you. Not about you. Sasha kind of knows about, but and Havoc, yes, that is Ghostbusters pack. Sasha will tell you a little bit more about it tonight.
Yeah.
Just my complaint was, or say Sasha knows that in regards to what I do for my show, I enjoy long coats. I enjoy dusters, trench coats, lab coats, but mostly I like long coats. I love long coats, trench coats, and dusters. Always thought dusters looked cool. And one of the things I wanted to do for the show is have like a denim long coat, trench coat.
A denim?
Something to put hats on. Figured denim, what the hell? Gotta look.
Wait. Pause. I gotta tell my mom joke here. I'm sorry.
What?
What is Mario's favorite pants?
Denim.
Denim.
But I figured, pick up a denim trench coat, long coat. If I enjoy it, I think the coat's made well, I'll pick up another one and kind of do the redneck thing and take the arms off of it. So what I do is let me bring up the company name. I'm going to toss them under the fucking bus. You know that? I got a bus that I rented out. I'm going to toss them under the fucking bus. Might as well. Get my money's worth out of that damn bus.
Yeah, we got a long bus right now, between what happens on April 10th and we're getting a big ass bus at this point. Ain't no short bus, nobody's wearing a helmet.
The company's name is Differio, Diffferio. I don't know how they pronounce their company name, but that's the account. That's the website, Differio.com. They had a good deal on a denim trench coat. I was like, okay. Now, mind you, when I bought the coat, their listing for the coat was denim long coat or denim trench coat. I was like, all right, cool. And they had the size of a triple XL. Because that's the size I wear, triple XL.
Yep.
Paid the shipping, paid everything else. Got it in my hands, I think Thursday. Brought it in, opened up the package. What's the first thing you do if you got something in the mail that's piece of clothing? You try the fucker on. But as I'm opening it up, I noticed that my invoice says denim ripped trench coat.
Oh.
I was like, I didn't order anything ripped.
Ripped
I checked my email. Even the emails say denim ripped trench coat. I'm like, the fuck? That's not, it's not what I initially ordered. Now, I'm thinking that, maybe if it is ripped, maybe it's like the edges are frayed or, the elbows have, holes in them or something like that.
Yeah.
But I finally take everything out of the packages and I hold it in front and get a good look at it. The thing looks like it was dragged on coarse gravel.
So it was weathered and aged.
I'm not talking one or two holes. It looked like it was shot with a shotgun. Shot with a shotgun at maybe about 20 paces with the amount of holes in it. I was like, I can't put patches on this. It looks terrible. This is not stylish at all. And when I put it on, even though the tag on it said triple XL, it fit like at best, a large. Sasha, you've seen me with suspenders on.
Oh, yeah.
It barely came up to the outer edge of where the arms are. The outer edge of the suspenders. That's how far I could close the coat. Like, I can't wear this. This is no way a triple XL. This is a large, a medium, a large at best, with a triple XL tag on it. And the other thing I noticed was the top part of the coat was a little bit closer than the bottom part. And Sasha, you weren't around, so I had to ask somebody else.
Mm.
Meaning that somebody with, please do not take this the wrong way, somebody, so I'll phrase it like this, somebody with a female form. If you can understand.
Oh, we understand.
Because I don't wear women's clothing. I do not know anything about women's clothing, so I had to ask somebody who wore women's clothing, to put it politely.
Yeah.
And I mean that with no offense to you, Sasha, at all.
Well, you do whatever. I'm using the latrine, so.
To explain it more, you go ahead and ask. But when I asked the person, like, is there a difference between a men's extra large and a women's extra large? And they said yes. This seemed like it was, even though it was cut all wrong, it seemed like it was a women's coat, not a man's coat. And I was like, now this is going back and getting my money's back. When you look at the site, it's geared more towards a Abercrombie and Finn type website. I mean, it's got to have the muscular men. It's not like JCPenney's or a department store where they use average-looking fuckers as models, or relatively average-looking fuckers as models. They gotta use these beefcake idiots. Okay, let me see here. That's super cool. I say, but chat would put in 20 seconds later. Let's see. You picked on one. So cool, but weird in reverse. Well, I'll look now. Let's see what time it is. That was only a few minutes ago. Wow. So retreat. Okay. I know I'm just rambling on here about a stupid website that kind of did me dirty. Hopefully I'll get my money back. Good chance I will. When I do, depending on when I get my money back, I'm going to put it in for it. And that is St. North. Okay. Basically, what I'm going to do is, Sasha will know, is I'm going to probably get the Captain Chaos, or for the folks that don't know or would like to know, hopefully I'll get a Captain Chaos costume and be wearing some of that as a outfit at a couple of shows. So that is anything. Does Chad have anything to say? I know there's 8 people here trilling to chime in. I'm willing to answer questions. I'm running out of stuff to ramble on about. So I don't want to go silent because I hate dead air. If I don't want to put dead air, it's going to sound kind of like the Pink Panther aspect of dead air. Dead air. But feel free to chime in. You're always welcome to chat. I know there's a few people here. Well, else? We're in reverse. Depends on how you look at it. What? Oh, I hear squeaky.
Sasha
has returned.
I'm back. I'm back. Woo. Anyways, go on.
I was running out. I was about to chant dead air for the next couple of minutes until you returned. But
dead air? Like you could not find something to talk about?
Like I was running out of rambling.
How do you think I felt for 10 minutes?
Oh, you're better at it than I am.
I'm better at it?
Better.
Ooh, lucky me.
I was telling the folks at home is that once I get my return money back, I might actually put in for the Captain Chaos costume on Amazon. Give Amazon my money. Walk around with the Captain Chaos mask at a couple of shows.
Indeed. Oh, I can't wait for April. It's like almost here, and I'm excited. So wait, what were you saying about George and Godzilla versus Kong?
Wait, what? When? Where? How? When?
I know you said something about HBO and wanting to watch something. So does George have access to Godzilla versus Kong?
I think George Pig referenced to that I would have to kind of twist his arm a little bit to get his HBO Max code.
Yes, I might have to do the same because I want to see Godzilla versus Kong. Like, badly. Yeah, I had to put it in reverse because mirror image is weird. Like, the sign is here, and it is what it is. So we'll just go with that. So, the Havoc, I've not seen you on here before. Any questions that you have for us, just feel free to ask while we're chit-chatting. At this point.
Your questions, comments, and depending on the smart remarks are kind of approved.
Yeah, my son's here, so please be okay. I don't want to revoke my son because you guys are getting way past PG-13. Just saying, not saying. Because trust me, I will do that. There's an OnlyFans for a reason. But anyways, so what other topics, sci-fi wise, are we going at? Sci-fi, horror, what have you?
I will say this. Is this a bag I resealed? Box I resealed? Probably. But, no, that's not a box I resealed. This is a box I opened up. As Sasha knows, at the event that we'll both be at this April 10th, I'll be doing handouts. I finally got the baggies to hand out, to put the handouts in. I'll be working on the handouts between now and then.
Yep.
I will say 10 of them will have additional items posted into it, and it's just because what I'm giving away is pretty much Dungeons and Dragons, sets of Dungeons and Dragons dice. So about 11 of the bags will have dice bags attached to them. So because I just don't want to give out empty bags. So
right.
There's that. I'll be working on. I have to not just put the dice in the bag, dice in the bags, but also put my cards in the bag that I just got. So, and I got to do it 190 some odd times. You got to figure 18 is 180. 18 bags per box, and I got 11 boxes, so it's about 198 things. So there's going to be some work, but. And as we mentioned earlier, a bunch of the Waynesboro folks don't like the fact that I'm going to be giving shit out for free.
Oh God, that just irks me. We ain't selling anything. I mean, granted, yes, I now have to sell because George ain't going to be there, but George is getting a license, and I hope I don't cause any shit because God forbid that I'm selling at the con for George. I don't want to have to throw George under the bus because of some mom and pop flea market across the street. Throw George under the bus, and the fact that they're making me throw people under the bus pisses me off.
Oh, I get you.
Waynesboro and their transphobia, and yes, I've had problems in Waynesboro before. I've been assaulted in Waynesboro. Yes, I kicked a lot of ass in Waynesboro. I'll never be salty there again.
It's like they're tossing me under the bus too, and I'm just going to be there to
promote your show.
What I do.
Yep.
Which once sucked. Oh, because I'm associated with Sasha, the Princess of Darkness, I gotta be tossed under the bus, or because I quote unquote talk too much.
Yep. Yep, we don't care. Hey, and later, Cole, love you. I will see you on Thursday. At this point, yeah, definitely stay off of here. I love you to death. But Mama needs to get views. So don't. I've already worked you enough. You watch The Thing Critters at an early age. Just go.
It's a little ass. Like, I'm kind of used to it with my Martin.
No, I love you, Cole. You're my boy. Please support. But like when I tell you to go, just go. And I will see you on Thursday. And behave yourself. Mama loves you. Get good grades or I'll kick your ass. Because you can't hang out with me forever. Well, you can. We can hide bodies. It'll be great. But do behave.
Hey, I got a spot where you can.
And don't apologize, Cole. I love you to death. Never apologize. Just have fun.
Yeah. And Devil Hands. Hello? There's Devil Hands in the chat.
Oh, hey. Howdy. But, anyways, see you Thursday. Be good. Behave yourself. Our Mama Sasha will address.
Yeah, I got. What's amazing, guys?
What are you eating?
Me? I'm not eating. This is a dice bag. I wish I could show it to you. It's like a.
I think I've already seen pics.
It's just all crinkly wrappers. That's all. Yeah. That's one of the things. Yeah, I'll mention this because of what might be happening on the 10th. If you hear me go, oh shit, and bolt.
Yeah.
I don't mean in a bad way. I mean in a good way. Yeah, it's just going to be because it's like I quote them very well.
Yeah, I see.
It stems from my D&D group. We're all going to be giving out handouts and all this, and their aspect of really, you're going to be there? It's like, yeah, but depending on what's going on, you might have to hunt me down. And they're like, ooh, hunt you down. Like, that be the case. They were like, where's my Nerf gun? I'm like, oh shit. What'd I say? And one person brought up, it's like, maybe we could roll for initiative to see what happens if we're successful or not. So there might be this big, it's like soccer ball with a bunch of numbers on it, rolling down. It's like, if I see that, it's like, oh crap.
Oh my god, what is that game? Oh. You brought it up earlier, and it's all stuck in the back of my mind. The game with the soccer and the remote control cars, and it's there, and I see it.
Well, better. I just any games in it.
Well, other Miss Monroe, it didn't cost that much. It was a spirit pack. The guy I'm seeing kind of got it for me, so it worked out. So, you know, for me, next to nothing. For him, a good fortune, but it's a base pack worth building on, and I'm slowly building on it. There's some things that I want to add. I mean, I added the A-frame, which is an Alice frame from the military.
My turn for the retreat. I'll be right back.
And, yeah, it's an Alice frame, which is a backpack frame from the military. I added that myself. I need to add like a little like dowel rod or a copper rod for like this part here. But it's a base frame, and it did did cost them a pretty penny. Fortunately, it didn't cost me, but they saw that I loved it and they got it for me, so awesome on them. Such is life. So, like, do y'all like these cat ears, or do you like these cat ears? They kind of match. One of the two. Well, I didn't do a whole lot of work on it so far. I'm slowly working on it with adding the Alice and other things. But like with a cosplay, it's never complete. You keep adding to it until you get what you need. Just how I see it. I gotta, so like these ears or these ears? Let me know. I'm gonna set these ears here. Because these ears match what I'm wearing, but maybe not for too long. We'll see how I feel. Ian, Wipeout. Do you play Wipeout? Do you want to race? We can race at some point. Just let me know. Add me as a friend on PlayStation Network. K as in Kilo, M as in Mike, O as in Oscar, W as in Whiskey, E as in Echo, N as November, 1138. Just add me. I'm all for it. Or, down below is the Discord server. Please feel free. You can also find me on Spreadshirt underneath Sasha, the Princess of Darkness, or Sasha, Princess of Darkness, underneath OnlyFans. So, by all means, please support. Oh, I'm getting some spheres going on. That's awesome. The ghosts are active tonight. Ooh, and I am ready to bust them. That's how I roll. Ooh, I always wanted the has Solo Frozen Life Set card night. Oh, Han, and yeah, Han Solo. Okay, cool. Sweet. Yeah, Han Solo life-size carbonate would be kind of cool, but I'm more of horror than I am sci-fi, even though Star Wars is technically fantasy. I could work it in, but I want a puzzle box, and I want an Necronomicon before I get all of that. Maybe a face hugger that jumps at the jar, because I think that would be awesome to add to the room in my trophy collection. But thank you for joining us, Miss Monroe. It's nice to have another Miss Monroe. Does the name come from Carolyn? I hope so, because if not, that's problematic. Chris, you back? I guess Chris is still AWOL. Chris, of course, is the Reverend Godfather from the Long Coat Mafia podcast. If you haven't seen it and checked it out, you really honestly need to. Because, such is life. We have 8 viewers. Anybody have a question, want to ask? Sasha is down to talk. You have me until at least 10. I haven't played Wipeout much when I had PSP. Decent game. Yeah, I played it before PSP on the PlayStation. Also, the PlayStation Network game is really great. Same with the PS Vita. Worth checking out. I play all kinds of games on the PlayStation Network. I'm assuming, Ian, that you are coming from us from the PlayStation Network. And if so, what games do you play? And if you want to add me as a friend, I'm totally down. So Chris, you're back with us. What's up? I think you're back with us. Somebody's back with us. EM is just chilling as usual, being quiet until we do a video. But that's just how he rolls. 'Cause EM. Chris, are you alive? There we go. Nick, you still with us, bud? I'm smelling bacon. I don't know why. Bacon here, bacon there. But yeah, that is a proton pack. Yes, there's a Spirit one with an Alice frame. Very much fun.
Okay, what did I miss?
Not much, just waiting for you to come back. So, we talked a little bit about my proton pack. We talked about a couple other things. Just usual addressing chat. You know, we got 5 people in chat currently. So, not too much going on. 37 comments. We're still going strong. What topics do you have for us, Chris? I know you've been looking at some stuff while we've been chit-chatting.
I've been trying my best to keep busy and usual. Trying to keep everything in order, and living in this old house is not helping that much. So, trying to keep everything on without killing myself. And what I mean by that, I'm not talking about the dreaded S word or anything like that. It's just pushing myself to extremes, sort of thing, and that aspect of the phrase, not the serious side of things. For the sake of if YouTube Big Brother is listening in.
Oh. We got Ian talking about Rocket League.
So that's, I know I mentioned that prior to going to the bathroom and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But,
yeah, Rocket League's pretty fun. I was playing Last of Us with my son earlier before he left for the weekend. He was kind of blown away from the ending. Last of Us 2. Because, of course, you play the whole way as one way, and then you play the way as the bad guy, and then realize they're not as much of a bad guy as you thought. Just somebody on a revenge kick as you are. And it is such a good story, and a lot of people pissed on it because Joel dies. But that's the point of the story, and it's about revenge. And the opportunity to walk away and then choosing not to. And to me, it is such a good story, and why so many people hated on it is just beyond me. And I hope the TV show explores it, but with as much negativity about the story, I don't know if they're going to. I know the TV show is going to expand on the origin of both, Ellie and Joel, but I just kind of curious, like, in later seasons, are they going to explore the dynamic of Abby, and why not introduce Abby early on so you know who she is? So it hits just as hard as the game did. I just don't know if they're going to do that. I hope they do, where it explores Abby's past before she's introduced as an actual character conflicting with both Joel and Ellie's story, because I think in the long run it's going to be more poignant that way versus what we got in the games. And I know a lot of people get upset when stuff changes from game to TV show, but let's be honest, did Naughty Dog really want to do a sequel? Not really, until they had a good enough of a story. And I think in hindsight, if you're going to connect it to the TV show, you have to tell both Joel and Ellie's story as well as Abby's story to get that punch. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. It's just me. Chris, I don't know if you've got much experience with The Last of Us, but what are your thoughts?
I haven't really played the game, so I can't really comment too much about it. If it does come to Netflix, I will give it a shot and watch it and weigh in that way. As from a non-player standpoint, it's just that it's kind of hard for me to say, like, okay, this is the game. I enjoyed the game. This is what I liked. This is what I didn't like. You have a lot of diehard fans out there. Some had probably legitimate. I'll say this from my side of watching the controversy come to light. A lot of the people that had probably legitimate gripes were hit with copyright strikes and takedowns, strictly because they didn't like the game for the problems it had, not the storyline, not what was leaked, just mentioning, hey, this is what we found wrong with the game, this is what we liked, this is what we didn't like. And folks behind Last of Us decided, you know what, we're going to take down your video because you had negative reviews about us or you talked about us. Which, as a podcaster and that puts out YouTube videos as supplementary content, I find that a very bitchy thing to do, put it bluntly, because I had a co-host that kind of didn't understand that aspect. I'm like, in regards to reviews, like, well, did you watch this? They were like, yes. Okay, what'd you like about it? Oh, I loved every minute of it. What made you like it? What did you like about it? X, Y, and Z. Okay, what'd you hate about it? Well, I didn't hate anything about it. That's the thing. When you give a review, you have to tell what problems could be in this. You have to step yourself back from it. You can't step yourself back from a reviewing a product, whether you love it or hate it. If you love it, you still have to give what negative aspects of it. I could, like with Borderlands, I might love the game, but I have to give the negative aspects of what I might find wrong with the game. As much as I love it, it could be a 10 out of 10 game, but I have to say, well, there's this problem. You might not like this aspect, not like this aspect. These are the problems that I'm having issues with X game right now.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sure it's like, as a company, if you see the aspects of, hey, we don't like the fact that you're doing negative reviews about our game, we want nothing but positive stuff, then everybody that's out there that's calling you a dick for doing that might have legitimate gripes to call you a dick because you're acting like a whiny little bitch. Because you didn't like a negative review, because they might have said, well, it's glitchy. Let's take Fallout 76, because that's a prime example with its early days with glitches and everything else, the problems it had.
Yeah.
And it's like, all right, it's like if you list the glitches and problems, and like, well, we're going to strike your channel and have you take down the video because you listed all the glitches. Well, everybody knows about the glitches. Or Cyberpunk 2077. It just means that you're either covering up and you're being a whiny little bitch because people are pointing out the obvious. And if you don't want told, well, fix the problem. Fix the problem, and say, hey, we know about the problems that the game is having. We're trying to fix it. Instead of just being, a coward in a corner, using the strike and ban button to get rid of the negative stuff, so you could show your investors that, hey, we're doing good. No, that's not how the game's played. But if it has a good storyline and it legitimately is a good game, and people are just ragging on it because they don't like certain elements of the story, then fine. Then there's that aspect. There's always going to be aspects of the fans saying, hey, I don't like the direction that you're taking the game, or took the game. So, that's just one fellow's opinion.
And to me, it's like, I just don't know how much of that was they're upset about legit gameplay or legit story. Because they off a major character from the first game within like the first 30 minutes to an hour of gameplay, depending on how you play. And yeah, it's a gut punch, but it's the reason for the rest of the story. Because it's a story about vengeance. And how if you go to seek vengeance, you need to dig 2 graves, one for yourself, as well as the party that you're after. And to me, it is such a great story because the one character who should be the bad guy gives the hero so many chances to just let it go and move on that at some point you start actually rooting for the bad guy. In fact, you have to play as the bad guy. And that makes people uncomfortable because people want things to be black and white. This is the good guy, this is the bad guy. And they don't like those shades of gray. But to me, as a writer and somebody who likes creative content, that is the most important thing in the world, is to have shades of gray. Because what is it that Jack says from Borderlands? Everybody is the hero of their own story. But nobody is the hero forever. Even Jack says that at some point you judge your success by the pile of destruction that lies before you. Because in order to build it up, you have to break it down first. And there is so much to break down before you can build it up. At the end of the day, even if you see yourself as the hero, you're ultimately the villain. And that makes people so uncomfortable. But from a storytelling point of view, from a literature point of view, it's beautiful. And I think that's just set uneasy with people because it makes them confront their own monsters. Yes, to a degree, Ellie is the good guy and the main character. But based on Ellie's actions, she's also the bad guy. Same way with Abby in the story that you play as. Yes, based on Abby's actions, she's the bad guy. But when you look at what Abby did and why she did it, right or wrong, she had a point. Because at the end of the day, we're all the good guy of our own stories. We're all the hero of our own stories. But we're the villain of somebody else's. And that never sits right with people. And I applaud Naughty Dog for telling that story. Maybe it's just me. I don't know.
Well, here's some news for you. Apparently there's a Thundercats movie coming from the Godzilla vs. Kong director. I just hope it ain't the version he chooses to do is not the fucking Thundercats Go version.
Well, yeah, who would do Thundercats Go? Because Thundercats Go sucks. If you're talking about the animated one.
I like the remake. I think they were doing some good things with the early 2000s reboot.
Ah, okay. I like the reboot.
The one that came out like many years ago. In essence, the second iteration.
Okay. Yeah, I like the reboot. The reboot was okay.
Just that Thundercats Go. I saw, in essence, the first 2 episodes. Oh God, it sucked on so many levels.
Well, Thundercats Go is going to suck.
According to articles that per subscription on Google Play, follows the adventures of a group of cat-like humanoid aliens from the planet Thundera. When the dying planet meets its end, we all know the story, yada yada yada, and let's see. And according to Deadline, who first reported the story, used the animated series as a jumping. Yeah, which one?
Okay, let me be frank about the original Thundercats series, because I have watched it over again recently. It is essentially the furry kitty porn. If you watch that first episode, I'm not okay with that at all. And then Lion-O. Granted, yes, he's in the body of, let's say, a 20 or 30-year-old, but he still has the mind of a child. Am I the only one who's uncomfortable watching Thundercats when you consider all of that? That in the first couple episodes, everybody's running around naked. And then all of a sudden, the main character is a child in the body of a man. Yeah, I'm not comfortable. And I'm talking OG Thundercats.
Yeah, see, that's one of the things that was supposed to rectify that was basically the second season, end of the second season, Lion-O was found the Book of Thundera or some shit like that. It's supposed to be this magical book that he was supposed to be in for a week. Like 7 days or some shit. Come out, and whereas in the book, he'd spend 7 years, but in the series timeline, he would have spent a week. Therefore, in essence, he would have matured a hell of a lot more and learned a hell of a lot more in his time in that book, both as a leader and as a person. Meaning he'd be more mature when he came out. Come to find out, Mumra put a curse on the book, whereas instead of it being 7 years in the book and 7 days outside the book, it'd be, in essence, a 1-for-1 comparison, meaning 7 years in the book equals 7 years outside. That's where the comics come in. Because when he comes out, 7 years have passed. And he's like, what the fuck's going on? And let me just say, milk does a body good. That's pertaining to... Because what happens in the comic series that takes place right, in essence, 7 years later, Mumra and mutants have pretty much taken over Third Earth.
Yeah.
They enslaved the Thundercats. They enslaved the refugees. Who was it? Who was the girl? Wily Kit or Wily Cat?
I think Cat. Kit is the boy and Cat is the girl.
Alright. Then Wily Cat became, whoever was the girl, became Mumra's bitch. In essence, slave. Flat out. You know, there was hints that she was basically his sex slave. She had the Leia outfit and everything. And because Lion-O was missing for 7 years, Chitaro and Tigra became a thing instead of... because Chitaro eventually moved away from her crush for Lion-O and became, hit it off with Tigra.
Yeah.
And everybody just got pissed at Lion-O because he was gone for 7 years. Unknowingly that the book had the, issues with Mumra. It was all Mumra's fault.
Yeah.
But it was a good series. It was a good jumping off. I don't think it was drastically underrated. I think I had like a 5 or 6 issue run.
I know there was one run that did like a Masters of the Universe thing. honestly want to see what they do with the Voltron movie. It's been talked about for years, but I have not seen one yet.
Here's the thing. Folks at home, Sasha could be vastly disappointed in me, but she has no, I don't think she has that much right to complain. But I don't think I'll watch the Netflix Voltron show past season 3. And there's like 5 seasons on there.
Yeah.
I just stopped watching. I lost, they said, okay, this year it's going to be season 3, next year season 4. It was like, all right, here's season, 3. 2 months later, season 4. 2 months later, season 5. 2 months later, season 6. I'm like, no, I can't. Too much. Can't. Fuck it.
Yeah, I saw a couple seasons. You know, it wasn't that big of a deal.
I did enjoy the first. Yeah, it wasn't that big. I know you enjoyed for what it was. You enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. At least the seasons that both of us watched, and we had a little bit of discussion in regards to it, especially I think it was Pitch.
Yep, Pidge.
So we had our discussion with that. I think we both brought up valid points in regards to both sides, and it could have went either way.
Oh yeah. Pidge was interesting. What do you mean?
What is it? Number of factors were present. Cancel in-person show. Apparently the new thing is that, because we were talking about earlier, someone posted up and appeared on my timeline, it's like that Comic-Con International is backpedaling on their November event. I'm trying to figure out the details here. Because what they were doing is that, folks at home, for those who don't know, their initial event for, I think it was like June or July this year, was in essence officially canceled, but they were going to do an event, a virtual event again this year with a potential to a smaller live event in November. Okay, here it is. Let's see here. Their statement was, now this is from them. Our decision to hold an in-person event in 2021 was driven by a number of factors. Our primary hope was to be able to gather in person as a community, something we have not been able to do since early last year. Another was to try to determine how best to effectively and safely produce events in light of current health concerns with the least negative impact on attendees. Yada, yada, yada. Comic-Con Special Edition was never intended to be the large gathering reflective of the number of the summer event as a shorter event. It was our attempt to slowly and cautiously, while at the same time addressing the desire from fans to have an in-person show. There are still many factors that are unknown to us at this time, including space, accommodations, travel restrictions, capacity restrictions, and require safety protocols while in all the hoops, yada, yada, yada. Currently, we do not know whether having this event in November is even foreseeable, as we are still in the midst of the pandemic, and while we are optimistic about Q4, we have not been privy to specific information on large gatherings. However, it is our desire. Yeah, they're trying to they're backpedaling.
Yeah. Because they're trying to push it back because of COVID and things of that nature. It's how it is with any event, you know. They're trying to say, hey, we're still having an event, but let's push it back just to be safe.
I think it's mainly California that's doing this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's part of, I will say, part of the controversy of the situation is that, I'll put it like this, the tinfoil hatters of the world are saying that a lot of states are putting tighter restrictions on due to the fact they want smaller businesses to fail. And one of the worst offenders of all this shit is California, where Comic-Con is being held. They're putting on way too many restrictions on businesses and people. And whereas they're finding out, meaning that in some cases, what some people are saying is like, they'll open up the restrictions to businesses. And as soon as some of the mom and pop shops start opening up within those guidelines, what's happening is places like, or states like California are going, yeah, we're doing that, but not for you. Meaning McDonald's, Ruby Tuesdays, and the Wendy's of the world can open up, just not the mom and pop shops.
Right.
Or the bigger restaurants can open up. Or if it's like a gym, like a gym, a mom and pop gym can't open up. But a Planet Express or a Gold Gym, oh yeah, they can open up. They're fine. Just not you.
Yeah.
And with all these weird restrictions and all that, that's why you have places like Tesla saying, you know what, screw you guys, we're going elsewhere. We can't run a business like this. You're actually doing more harm than good. We want to be able to have, have our employees be able to support local businesses as well. I think that's what's being said by Tesla. And they're jumping ship to other states like Arizona, Texas, and other states. And it's also why it's like, well, you can't have big events. Oh, yeah, that's why. Yeah, granted, in some places you can't have big events. Again, this is why a lot of smaller events are going to be successful.
Right.
Because you could probably handle a smaller meaning to use them, like, for example, a 4-state Comic-Con, 4-state Pop Culture Con, can hold an event better than a larger show, like a Comic-Con.
Yep.
Why? Because they could hole up in a, where's Harris? They do the Harrisburg show, an old Sears studio, Sears store, I think it is.
Yep.
They have the ability to social distance their booth, still come away with a profit or close to a profit, and still be able to have the ticket holders social distance and the vendors social distance if need be. Case in point, please, folks, I can provide footage in regards to how a retro convention did their show down in Florida. I have 2 different angles in regards to that. One from Geek World Order, guy who runs that, great guy, and another YouTuber that goes by the name of The Daily Woo. So it's 2 different, same convention, 2 different viewpoints. So
the sad part of it is everybody brings up The Daily Woo. I still want to sing the original theme song, and it disappoints me that Adam doesn't do that anymore. Do you remember the original Adam the Woo theme song?
I only got into his channel maybe about a year or two, maybe 2 years ago.
You need to look up his old stuff, because it's Adam the Woo has adventures for you. You don't even have to tell your mom. Tell your mom. Won't you join him and his amazing journeys? It's AdamTheWoo.com. That's AdamTheWoo.com. And it's such a catchy jingle when he does it, because he has his own band. And you'll have to look up, yes, you're probably watching his other channel, but look up Adam the Woo and watch his early stuff, and you will love it. It is great.
I'm just saying, it's... Yeah, Adam has some wholesome content, too. So we're not talking about somebody that's always causing controversy or some shit.
He has his own controversy getting kicked out of Disney constantly and Universal Studios for going behind the scenes, which he really shouldn't do, but that's besides the point.
what I mean by controversy, it's not like what a J Station might do, or a someone like them, or PewDiePie, or it's a different type of controversy. It's oh, he accidentally exposed the magic.
It's not what's his name in the Suicide Forest.
Right.
But that still angers me. Like, beyond belief. Like, how far can you push stuff? And that is just way too far. Him at the fish market just had me beyond mad. Him at the temples had me furious. And then the Suicide Forest.
If your guy's telling you, dude, you gotta stop doing that shit, and to still do it is definitely showing disrespect, and that's what pissed me off a little bit over. It's like, dude, you don't do that shit, and he continues to show disrespect, not just as a culture and all that to the culture, but it's like, no, it's one thing that, especially with someone, a culture such as enriching and old as Japanese culture.
Yep.
And it's like, it's one thing that if you're there and you're trying to show respect, even I'm sure a lot of the folks there that have, I will say the older generations that are there, they get that you're trying to show respect, they will turn it around. Like we talked about respect earlier, they will give you respect. Because they will understand that in some ways that you're trying to respect them. But
Japan's a different culture. Because their philosophy is we may hate you, but we're still going to honor you.
Right.
And no matter what mundane of a job you have, you do it to the best of your capacity. Completely different than what we have over here. So, to jump from truck to truck at the fish market, to completely disrespect, you make us Gajings look bad. I mean, we already look bad in their eyes. Let's not further that.
Yeah, it's like the aspect of, I think the last show we did, live stream that we did together, I told about the story with Brian T. and how I wanted to show him respect, and he was showing me, in order to give me respect. And it was two people coming from different cultures trying to show respect to each other and honor each other. And even though I relented and, allowed things to play, but there had to be that mutual bonding of respect there to show that what I'm doing from my standpoint is I'm trying to be respectful to you, and him from his cultural aspect and his, probably his upbringing and his everything else, him showing respect to me of him wanting to do that. And it just came off as a wonderful, fun experience of two people trying to, out-respect each other and, professionally. It's like, hey, I don't want to do this to you because of out of respect, but I don't want to do this to you out of respect and honor. And me saying, okay, let me do it, I'll do it, and it's just that wonderful respect, handshake of respect. And, it was a win-win, and especially it comes off as a wonderful experience. And I'll say this, and a lot of, if you look at a lot of Brian's movies, he comes off, I know you don't like the series of movies, but it's like Draco Malfoy from the actor that plays Draco Malfoy in the Harry Potter films.
I don't.
No matter what he's in, he comes off like a douche. And
it's not that I don't like the series. Let me just put it in perspective. It's not that I don't like the series. I don't like the fact the creator profits off of it. I don't like the subliminal context that's already existing in the books. Because in the books itself, when you describe the trolls or the goblins from Gringotts, they are your stereotypical Jewish stereotypes. Then you have Asian characters, which gets really, really bad. You have somebody who claims they're a feminist, but all female characters are a Mary Sue in your own fucking book. You know, to me, there's just a lot of problems with Harry Potter and J.K. Rowling that I could spend hours on. But we're not getting into that.
Right.
But I'm just letting you know, I don't hate...
The actor that plays Draco Malfoy, is always, no matter what he's in, seems to come off as a dick, but in reality, he's like the nicest guy ever.
Oh, yeah.
You know, he's always, you know, and Brian T. came off exactly similar to that. You know, like every character he plays seems like a douchebag, you know, that you want to hate the guy, but you know, in reality, he's the nicest guy ever, you know, and I have no problem with that. You know, it's like, I had a wonderful experience with him.
Right.
And
it's like, I always want to tell people, I don't hate Harry Potter. I hate its subtext, and I hate its creator. It's kind of like how I'm related to H.P. Lovecraft. I hate the fact that he is a racist bigot. But I love the fact of what Stuart Gordon did for the series, and what current creators are doing for the series. They have taken something that came from hate and have reclaimed it. Don't get me started on what Full Moon did with From Beyond, because screw that. But what Stuart Gordon and everybody else did reclaimed it from what it was. Especially Stuart Gordon. I love Stuart Gordon. And whoever did The Color of Space. Have you seen The Color from Space?
I have to. I want to.
Can I fix that for you and make it happen?
George is in the chat.
Can you add him and he can talk?
PND Studios.
Does George want to join the actual chat? You can ask him and join him. I think you can join him into this chat if you want to. I'm not sure. I'm not very technical savvy.
Oh, I said, wait a minute. What the hell?
Did he join
us? What the
us?
hell?
Hold on.
What the hell? What the hell, man? Damn you, Skype.
Hold on.
That shit.
I'm adding. I think. I don't know. I'm learning as we go.
I told him that we're trying to add him now.
Oh. Still with me?
Alright, that's to do it.
Just audio, George. You don't have to go, like, video. So just switch the audio. You'll be fine. Says camera. Until I get the monitor running.
Trying to figure that out, so give me a second here.
See the little thing that says turn video on? Just turn it off.
Ah, there we go. Boom.
Chris, you still with us?
I have returned.
Okay, cool. Alright, so joining us is George, also known as Rocky Red Panda, from PND Studios. George, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Alright, so my name is Rocky Red Panda. I run a YouTube channel called PND Studios and a host of This Week Live with Rocky Red Panda every Sunday, a little talk show. And of course, we had Mr. Longcoat Mafia in here, Rev, on the show this past week. So it was awesome and a good time interviewing. So that's what I do. And now I'm just editing videos about questions because people now want to know answers to questions they keep sending me. So now I have to do videos for that.
So, Rocky, we're gonna catch you up. I've covered a lot of topics, both me and Chris. You're late joining us, but it's all good. We had a restart at about an hour in, so we still got an hour or two before YouTube cuts us off. But basically, at the end of
how you would cut us off. I've seen live go up to 138 hours, man. The hell.
But anyway, Rocky, we've covered a lot of things, including the racism issue with, of course, Revolution Wrestling Federation, and a few things you've addressed. We talked about, wow. We've talked about...
That was powerful. That was powerful. I can give you a high five.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, continue.
But we've talked about Peeps Pepsi, we've talked about Ecto Cooler, we've talked about Godzilla versus Kong, we've talked about all of the problems with Main Street Comic-Con, including the word Comic-Con, and I'm quite sure you've got some things to add. Where do you want to start?
Well, okay, let me start with Revolution Wrestling, people, because, I since you mentioned it, and you showed me things, I said, you know what, screw it, because I am talking, because I originally was going to talk about the Suez Canal and the removal of the ship, which I'm not going to talk this coming weekend, but I said, you know what, I'm going to hint on this little racism thing, because I was staying in the bathroom, and, that's where all good things happen. You're saying on the toilet. I was watching a video, and it's like, I like this video, so I used it. So I said, you know what, I'm going to tie in what happened with this revolutionary thing and the wrestling company, and I kind of sent them a little private message, but they since deleted it, and they blocked me, so I have no access to it anymore. And I just basically said, and quote, that one of you people... who's there is basically very racist against the Asian community and doesn't show quality. And basically, I got the little laugh of a little laugh, little icon with a little laughing symbol. And then basically, they're in their way of saying, what was it? So I know you're Asian, but you need to man up. You need to man up and take it like a man. You know, I was like, okay, and it's like. And that's all they said, and they blocked me.
Oh,
and they deleted the message, too. Perma deleted the message. So in other words, they're saying, because I'm Asian and things are being said at me, I should take it like a man and don't let everything get to me.
Did you screen grab it?
I was about to, and my computer went haywire at that time, and... because I just got a new computer case, a lovely new computer case, and my screen went black, and my thing's like, oh, it's not charging. What's going on here? So, and they literally perma-blocked me, and they deleted the message, so it's gone without a view, but I'm just like, you know what, I'm going to say something on this show. So I did, and I said, you know what, racism, no. Yeah, I'm not dealing with you guys. You're going to be getting... You're not only going to be getting the 5th degree from Sasha, but you're getting the 9th degree from me, for your racism and for what you said, because that is a big no-no. I don't care, because you're representing a big company. I don't know how big you are, and you have a population of people watching you, but that doesn't give you the right to be racist against others.
Yes, indeed. And not only just racist, but homophobic and transphobic based on what they said to me.
Yeah, and that was just absolutely horrendous.
Oh, and hey, Mario, what's up? It's me, Mario, in the chat.
Me, Mario.
It's me, Mario. Where's Luigi? But...
Waluigi.
Waluigi. Everybody loves Waluigi. What's up with Waluigi?
I don't think he gets enough love.
I don't either. What is his polar opposite? I mean, Wario, I guess, gets the Koopa version of Peach, but what does he get? What does Waluigi get?
Well, we'll find out. Let's see what the World Wide Web has, because the World Wide Web usually has everything. And I'm afraid to type this in because of Rule 34.
Rule 34.
I'm saying something I don't want to see.
Well, you never know. You might want to see it.
Let's see.
So, George, how are you doing?
I wanted to avoid that aspect like the plague. when I did the Google search for Waluigi, it said Waluigi Smash. I'm like, no.
Okay, I'm liking this. The polar opposite of Waluigi evidently is Daisy. So there's a lot of Daisy loves Waluigi. Daisy
Man,
loves.
I thought Mario and Daisy were a thing. What the hell, man?
It's Mario and Princess.
Mario's a player. He's got Daisy. What's her name from Donkey Kong? Rosalina?
Yeah.
And Peach.
And then now he's got, Bowsette.
Yeah, but like legit, like canon-wise, it's Rosalina, Peach, and Daisy. Like, Luigi is getting his leftovers.
yeah.
I was like, Luigi, you deserve better. You's a good boy. You's a good boy. It's not even right. I get his side eyes in Mario Kart now. He's getting all the leftovers. It's not even right. You know, it just is what it is. Oh, Ian is still hanging with us. Ian Wipeout, yes, but he doesn't play Wipeout, which is sad. Like, Wipeout is a great racing game, and if you're on the PlayStation Network, please play Wipeout with me, because I suck. But we can play Wipeout. But anyway, so George, Godzilla versus Kong. I don't know how much of this you heard.
Okay.
But you've seen the overseas trailers for the Asian community where Mecha shows up. I honestly think Mecha is the one who starts shit between Godzilla and Kong. And so they got to team up to take out Mecha Godzilla. What do you think?
I agree. I think Mecha is actually going to be shouldn't say the Kong of this movie, but the star of this movie.
Mm-hmm. The
catalyst. Going to have to wait and see because you know Mecha from previous movies, if you are a big kaiju fan, is pretty tough.
But think about wearing that faux Godzilla flesh, like especially if you watch 1974 Godzilla versus Mecha Godzilla.
Mm-hmm.
You know he's going to start shit. That's just how that movie went. And I think that's what they're doing.
Well, I like it, except I still don't understand that the reasoning for King Kong being twice as big. But, well, then again, Kong Island.
Skull Island took place in the 70s.
Correct.
That's 50 years removed. That's a lot of growing time for a healthy boy.
Yeah.
Well, since we're back on that topic.
Uh-huh.
Did you know, here's a little bit of interesting Kong trivia for you. Did you know that in the new Kong movie, they were going to, in essence, pay homage to the Peter Jackson King Kong?
Oh, I heard about that.
But here's the thing. They were going to pull a, what was it? I think kind of the same thing that Toho did, showing, that Peter Jackson's Kong was in essence a itty bitty little ape, and their King Kong was this huge ape, way bigger, and they were going to, in essence, crush the little Kong, Peter Jackson Kong, so to speak. But they were kind of like, the studio was like, "No, we're not going to allow that shit. No, we can't step all over Peter Jackson stuff."
Ugh. But I will say, when it regards Peter Jackson, I don't know how many people have Tubi, Tubi, but Meet the Feebles in high definition is available on Tubi. And if you have not watched Meet the Feebles, you need to watch Meet the Feebles, because it's a puppet show way worse than anything you've seen in modern days by Peter Jackson, and is the greatest thing in the world. Also, Notzilla is on there, and you need to watch Notzilla. which is a kaiju film that is obviously not Godzilla, and it is so worth watching.
I'll just put it this way: if you want to see a cow dressed in BDSM gear with fun little flappers and things, then yeah, Meet the Feebles is quite that rarity.
It is worth it.
I don't either, but that's why they have it set up that way, so.
It is beyond worth it. What's that puppet movie they did recently with the murder mystery?
Oh yes.
With the chick from 2016 Ghostbusters.
Yeah, I know. I just watched it. Yeah, I
Happy
can't
Time
remember.
Murders.
Yeah, Happy Time Murders.
Yeah. This Meet the Feebles beats Happy Time Murders hands down for best fucked up puppet show outside of Team America. You want a double feature? Team America, Meet the Feebles. Legit.
It's just creepy. Just for warning, it's creepy.
It's creepy,
You know,
but it's worth it.
1989, it's worth it. You're talking about the 80s when everyone learned about duck tits.
Yes. Alright, considering George and Chris, I don't get along with the studio that I pitched this to, and I still want to do this review as bad as it sounds. And I present it to you, and seriously, George, mostly to you, as a furry, and you seriously have to dedicate. I'm still a little upset about Leprechaun, but you seriously have to dedicate. Do you want to do Howard the Duck with me?
I can do Howard the Duck with you only because, not because of the whole idea of the furry fandom, but because I am a huge Howard the Duck fan. I collect Howard the Duck. I mean, I have a first edition Howard the Duck right now that's been graded, but it missed 90 points by slight.
But you still owe me Leprechaun footage because I want to finish that video.
Yes, I do. I know.
But I want Howard the Duck on top of it. Are you willing to do that?
I'm willing to do that.
I will come at you hardcore if you don't.
No, Howard the Duck. Howard the Duck is a psych.
Okay, but Leprechaun in the Hood first. I still need your feedback.
Too, yeah. Correct.
So,
I mean,
Chris.
when you think of Howard the Duck, you think of, well, it's more of, it's a cult classic. It didn't do well when it came out, but now you look back at it and you compare it to the comics, it's like, they did the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles thing with the mask, but there's a human wearing underneath it, and it's like, you saw duck tits.
Yeah, but still. But Chris, you down with Howard the Duck?
I don't know what I can contribute to it.
You want in on Howard the Duck.
I'll give it a shot.
Alright, we will create that page. I still gotta get through the Predator retrospective. It's coming. Dear God, it's coming. But it's getting there. And anybody who wants to contribute to Alien vs. Predator, dear God, please help me bear that load, because I need it. Because it is a bad load. Outside of the comics, outside of the video games, but the movies, I need help bearing that load. So anybody wants to volunteer, I'm down. But, yes, if you want to do Howard the Duck, I am down with Chris and George doing it, if they are down. Are you all down?
I'm down.
Yeah, I'm down.
Alright, that is a consensus, so they're helping me with Howard the Duck. Just gotta find people who want to help me with Alien vs. Predator, and that scares me, because it is a fucking hole. Aside from the comic books. I love the comic books. I love the arcade game. Outside of that, it gets really scary. But anyways, so outside of that, we've got Ian. Hey Ian, welcome back. And hey Jazz, welcome to the show. So, George, what else do you want to bring up since we covered many a topic?
Okay, so we talked about that one. What else did you mention?
In my thumbnail, I brought up Peeps Pepsi. What are your thoughts on Peeps?
Okay,
Pepsi.
I can do Peeps real easy. I'm not a fan of Peeps. I never liked the taste of it. It looks like it tastes like marshmallows. No, it does not taste like marshmallows. I don't know where you're coming from. I mean, I love Peeps in the aspect as an artist that you could actually take Peeps and make these wonderful, lovely collages. Like someone did the whole Battle of Gettysburg using Peeps. I was like, that is gorgeous. I can do that. But when it comes to actually eating them, no thank you. Now when it comes to Pepsi, I absolutely love Pepsi. I don't care who tells it over the sun. Pepsi over Coke any day.
Okay. So, we found out that Ecto Cooler, and granted, yes,
Okay.
this was a leak from last year, but the image with the 3 different flavors of Ecto Cooler is not true. Now, there is no guarantee that Coke is going to do, because Coke owns High C, that Coke is going to do an Ecto Cooler, because Ghostbusters Afterlife is coming out in July. No ands, ifs, or buts. It may be streaming. It may be
streaming, or is it going to be direct to the?
Oh, well, you can go to the drive-in. You can go to the movie theater, or you can stream it. Okay.
Got it.
But there is no guarantee that Ecto Cooler is going to be out for the movie.
Yeah.
There is no confirmation yes, there is no confirmation no. Other than what was released last year about the 3 flavors being a hoax. So, how do you feel about that, aside from the train? Woo, the train. Come on, ride the train. Ride it.
So when it comes to Ecto Cooler, I think it's all exciting. You just gonna have to wait and see because that was childhood memories. I vaguely remember. I do remember this. I do remember going to what was it, Domino's Pizza back in the day, or was it Pizza? One of those where I got the free promotional watch from Ghostbusters, the movie with the purchase of a pizza. I vaguely remember that as a child.
Yeah, it was probably a pizza place.
I still had it.
I think it was Ghostbusters 2, because like Hardee's and somebody else was involved with Ghostbusters 2. Because Hardee's had the noise thing and the Sundays, and there was a pizza place that had it. Like other than that. So here's the deal. Number 1, do you foresee Ecto Cooler happening again here in 2021?
Well, let me put it this way. We should have asked this years ago. Do you foresee bringing back the Szechuan sauce from McDonald's after a bunch of Panzer Ramsey people saw Rick and Morty and said, we need this?
But
McDonald's brought it back as what we call limited edition.
But it's Rick and Morty.
They didn't say when it was leaving. They slowly phased it out without anyone noticing it was going.
But it's Rick and Morty. We're not talking Rick and Morty. We're talking motherfucking Ghostbusters.
Well, I think if enough people complain and raise enough, that they'll probably say, fine, yeah, we'll bring that. It'll be limited edition, and you're not going to get all the flavors.
But we know we're getting a cereal.
Yes.
We know that much. And we know we're getting other products, like there's a slime-filled Twinkies.
Oh, God. That's just like diabetes.
Yeah.
That's just...
But the big question is Ecto Cooler. Do you think we're honestly getting some form of Ecto Cooler here in 2021?
It all depends. I mean, it all depends on A, whether...
George, that's not what I'm asking. It's a yes or no. Do you think we're getting Ecto Cooler or not? Since they denounced the 3 flavors as a hoax, do you think we're getting some form of Ecto Cooler 2021 in July?
Well, with the announcement there's 3 flavors, I would say absolutely not. Unless they... So, for me, it's a no.
Oh, my heart. It hurts so much in my heart.
I know, it does. But you have to think of their...
But yeah, we get Peeps Pepsi.
Yes.
Have you seen Peeps Pepsi yet? In your
I have
area?
not, and that just sounds absolutely horrendous.
I just don't know how I feel about a marshmallow flavored Cola.
Because I never really got a comment on the whole Peeps aspect of things.
Yeah.
Sasha, you know this, and I think George, you might know this as well. I live in Martinsburg, West by God, Virginia.
West by God.
Us getting Martinsburg getting anything in regards to flavor, any new flavors, is few and far between.
Well, that's true. I mean, you did get Crystal Pepsi, and you had Crystal Pepsi down there. It lasted longer than it did up here in Pennsylvania.
Yes.
When ours was on, you still had it.
And the thing is, I know when there was, there would be, like, places in, like, Florida or California or Arizona that would have, like, actual 2-liter bottles of something like Crystal Pepsi. Yeah, what do we get? Just 20-ounce bottles.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Ninja, please, man. Ninja, please. I want the 2-liter
Chris,
20 ounces.
Chris,
20 ounce.
just
What?
stop.
I said Ninja.
Chris, you keep saying Ninja,
What?
please. You are doing Back to the Hood with me. You need to stop. You don't want to do Back to the Hood with me. You need to stop.
Uh-oh.
You know what I mean by Back to the Hood, right?
You mean Leprechaun?
Yes, Back to the Hood. You don't want that. I don't want Back to the Hood. I just watched it just to see how bad I'm getting it next year. You are not allowed to use the phrase Ninja please. If you do, that immediately means Christopher Lumser is doing Back to the Hood with Sasha, the Princess of the Darkness. Unless he really wants to. I'm just saying, letting it out here. Huh?
I was saying, Sasha could try.
Oh, I will make you. I have ways. Oh, yes. I have ways. Don't make me exercise them. Your family.
I dated somebody who kissed a goat once, so...
No, you kiss plenty of goats. I can make you. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Don't make David K. it. And I could get David K. to help out if need be. Don't make me start.
Alright, you guys have fun. I'll be right back.
And yes, it's David K. I am not wasting my David K. on just anything. Not saying, just saying. But regardless, like Chris, I know you got a ton of Crystal Pepsi. I got a ton of Crystal Pepsi. When we get more Crystal Pepsi, oh dear God.
I'd wish. That would be my treat bottle right there.
Ah, Crystal Pepsi. But it did not have the citrus taste.
Like you know how good I've been dealing with everything in regards to diabetes. That would be my treat soda right there. That would be my treat soda right there.
Oh my God, yes. Give him his treat soda, please. I don't want him to die, but like enjoy Crystal Pepsi, please. Damn right, who you gonna call? Ah. Yeah, we got a couple cool people up in here. Fucking A. So what other topics should we address, Chris? Come on, we got all kinds of topics.
Let's see. What is that? Oh man, shit. You know, why isn't that on freaking Paramount Plus? Jesus Christ.
Well, it's not on Paramount Plus.
Right. You can't do that on television?
Oh, God. For Nickelodeon? Yes.
Yeah.
Nickelodeon has a ton of TV shows. Like, you can't do this on television. What was it called with the Cities of Gold? Early Nickelodeon. Kids show.
Yeah.
Anime.
That show was fucked up, man, but it was good. The animation style.
David the Gnome.
Yeah, David, no. I like Cities of Gold. There was one that came on about the same time as Cities of Gold. It had a similar animation style, but it was like I want to say it was like Land of the Lost, but it was something similar. It's like they went to a cave, but they were shot into the future or some shit like that, and they were trying to get home, and they were on this like living spaceship. And that show was just I used to watch it. It's like, man, this show's like really good, but it's also fucked up too. Like it's like really weird and good. Like, wait a minute, now I gotta search that shit. Nick, Korean shows of the 80s. Yeah, that's it. Let's see, what to watch. Let's see here.
Eureka's Castle.
Let's see. Why is always, 80s and 90s?
Zoobly Zoo.
I remember Pinwheel. I've watched Pinwheel.
Yeah. Everybody watched Pinwheel. Christ.
It's 1994. I want the early Pete and Pete, Afraid of the Dark. Tomorrow People. Come on, I don't want 90s. This is all 90s stuff. What happened about the 80s, man?
Fuck yeah.
Just from the 80s and 90s. You gotta include the 80s crap, man. Yeah, release date. Really? And you giving me from 99? Geez, not runtime. Damn you, IMDb.
Yeah. Is what it is.
95, 91, 91, well, freshman, 90, dude. Out of Control? I don't know if I'm watching Out of Control. Oh, I think that was Dave Collier. I think one of his first roles.
Dave Collier. Ugh. I hate him. Ruining Ghostbusters. Ugh. Like, beyond hate.
I'm just saying.
Like, not even cool hate.
Today's Special. I remember watching that show.
Just hate. Dave Collier. Ugh.
That's it. Those are a hell of a lot more shows, man. There's a hell of a lot more shows. Where's Danger Mouse on this shit? Wait a minute. Oh shit. Wait a minute. Wait a fuck. Where's my remote? Where's my freaking remote? Wait a minute. I'll tell you this shit. You can't do that on TV is on Paramount Plus.
Oh, you can't do that on television. Fucking A.
Let me see. Let's see if IMDb is actually right. If not, I know what I'm watching. Oh, snap. It is. many episodes. One season, bullshit.
One season? You and I both know there's a hell of a lot more than one season on. You can't do that on television.
Yeah, they did way more than 14 freaking episodes, man.
Fucking A.
Pulling the Disney Plus on this shit.
What's that?
I'd say they're pulling a Disney Plus on this shit because Disney has pulls this shit too. There was like 6 seasons of Recess, and they only put like 2 up. And there's like 1 season of the new DuckTales on Disney Plus, and there's like 3 seasons out. It's like, that's fucking bullshit, man. It's from 82, yeah. It did go from 82. It's like you can't do that on TV. 79 to 90. That's 10 years of stuff, man. And you only give us 1 season? And, like, today's special is, like, again, kid stuff.
Ah! Spilled my shot.
What?
You spilled my shot. I keep spilling it. Oh, God. Oh, no.
Alright.
Technical difficulties.
Okie dokie, I returned.
You returned. That's Return of the King.
Sure, yeah. I go up there, I was getting something to drink, and my mother's like, I need you to look at something. And I was like, oh, please don't make me look at before you flush it. But no, she went to charge her phone, and the charge cable, the Universal C charge cable, the male end of the part just came off from the whole cable itself. I was like, oh, that's never happened. I've never seen this before. What? Wait, what? She looked at me and said, I thought my phone was having hernia.
Oh, God. I can't breathe.
Yeah.
Well,
I feel happy.
What's that?
I feel happy. I feel happy.
Who feels happy?
I'm not dead yet. It's something like you.
So George, I have to ask.
Sure.
And yes, I'm being the asshole here, but how do you feel about this Comic-Con logo?
Found it. Spartacus and the Sun Beneath the Sea.
Okay. Psh, Chris. George, how do you feel about this Comic-Con logo in this old-ass cis white bullshit house?
Well, the cis white thing, the cis white thing, I'm not that too excited about. But when it comes to the logo, I'm going to be honest, it looks slightly better than mine. But yet again, I really think they should have done something better than that building. I understand it's a landmark and they need something for a landmark. But when you look at Forest State Pop and Comic Convention,
but when you're at Comic-Con, and let me interrupt, but like you're at Comic-Con, and you're trying to advertise you're at Comic-Con, are you focused on a historical landmark?
Of course not.
Thank you. Let's put this in a different perspective. Shockfest 2021. Do they have a historical landmark there?
No.
See my point?
It makes me happy. Because I'm sitting here thinking Shockfest has nothing to do with water. They're not even part of it. And for me, it's like, beautiful. I'm in. Where can I sign up right now?
Exactly. It doesn't scream cis, white, old money all day long. It screams scares, it screams fear, and I like it.
And the fact that they literally said, he says, well, Bottom Creek backed out, so we really want EPG Films to be there. I'm just like, let me talk to Corey, and let me try to get Corey on board here. That's going to be in her ballpark, but I don't think she's going to say no to that.
And just to help your girl out, because fuck Bottom Creek, you need to advertise Sasha the Princess of Darkness as much as possible, because they need a horror hostess and an MC. I'm just saying, if you put the word out there, I ain't going to say no. You know me. I will show up. I will find a way, by hook or by crook, to be there. You just got to ask. I'm like a dinge. You just got to ask and I'll deliver. It's not so much I want to dance, but ask me to dance.
I mean, why am I, when you said that, the first thing that came to my head, it's like Baltimore crabs, but it's not the blue kind you eat.
Exactly. It's not so much I want to dance. You just gotta ask. That's all. I'll be there. You just gotta ask. And I hate to say it like I told everybody else earlier, it's like, regardless if you ask or not, I'm gonna be there. It's the choice of, do you want me there guerrilla style or do you want me there on your side? Just say it, not say it.
Correct. But it's going to be fun regardless. I'm going to do it. And that means I need to make some more horror artwork. And if I'm going to be there, will I be there in the capacity that I'm selling? Or would I be there in the capacity where I'm going to be there fully supportive of the EPG Films, which I'm now a part of? Which is beautiful. I can do both.
But I'm just saying, if you want Mama Sasha there, you gotta ask. And I'll be there. I'll be there regardless, your side or not. I'm a little, but not all that. I'm almost there, Jasmine. Almost. I gotta pee. I'm gonna let my boys talk. Irregardless. So, Chris, George, you guys manage a convo while I do my thing. Which is my thing is urinate. And Chris, I know you got some topics to handle. That's up on George. Unless George got some topics to handle, but go for it.
Yeah, let's give George a shot for a little bit.
Yeah, George, go.
Yeah, put him a spot for a little bit.
Alright, let me throw this out here, George. Talk about them racist assholes. Let's go. Talk about them.
Alright, so let's see. Let's talk about this racist asshole. Well, it's not just one, but I actually went through the whole entire thing, and there was a total, I think it was like 6 people and 8 people. And it just, I'm not really surprised about this community whatsoever, because the fact that there are people out there that could give a rat's ass about what's happening in the community, could care less about the fact that, oh, let's support other people. You know, I say something on my show, and I say it very lightly. See something, say something. Don't pretend it didn't happen just because you didn't experience it. And the fact that they're sitting there pointing and laughing their fingers and saying, "Oh, that's funny. That's funny. They're not Asian." I'm like, huh. No, it's not funny. It's really not funny, because you're laughing at supposedly people in your community that are being ridiculed, that are being yelled at, saying, "I'm not eating at this sushi place that they may have COVID." You know, but yet you go out to that same sushi place. You're regular, because I've seen it. You walk in there and it's like, "Hey Jim, how you doing?" And it's like, "Oh, I'm very good." And you talk about your job, talk about your family, and you're a regular. And yet you're one of them who points and laughs at them having solidarity for the Asian community. Yeah, I'm sorry. You can't have it both ways. You can't enjoy your lovely Japanese Asian food and be okay with those people, but yet be not okay with the people protesting for Asian solidarity for people like the ones you enjoy their food at.
I guess it's like, our fucks, these as I told Sasha, I was like, when she first posted it up, I was like, oh, dude, what you said was wrong. It's like, why did you have to go go rent a backhoe? You should have done that.
But essentially, they just ruined their whole. They just dug themselves deeper into a hole, and now it's more like their company is getting publicity, but not the publicity that they wanted. But frankly, they're going to say, "Well, we don't care." It's going to add flame to our fire, and it's going to be great. I'm like, okay, all right.
Yeah, a lot of times, as Sasha said, sometimes negative publicity is a good thing, but a lot of times the more negative, depending on what it is, it's not necessarily a good thing, especially when you double and triple down on something that's totally negative.
Correct.
Yeah. Case in point is like how I twist the aspect of being the most hated podcaster out there. It's one thing to twist it in a positive way like I do. It's like, I'm getting all this hating. You know what? I got to be the most hated podcaster out there. Screw it. And it's another thing. It's like putting out phobic and racist remarks and doubling down on that, saying, in essence, going, look how bad we are. Let's triple down and double down on that crap. No, that's not a good way of doing things. Because you're going to bring more negative, stuff your way, and negative stuff that you don't want. And
correct.
It's weird, and it's like, better example is, again, when people's like, wait a minute, like when I posted up and did the promotion for being at the Waynesboro show this April 10th, and I put out, it's like, yeah, come out, meet the most hated podcaster in the area. I'm going to be at this location. And one of the questions, like, what do you mean you're the most hated? Define. And I told them, it's like, okay, this is why. It's like, people don't like how I promote my show. They don't like the fact that, I'm outspoken in regards to doing things on the cheap instead of the expensive way. They don't like that. I'd rather cover everything that is geek instead of just pop culture. That I challenge on a lot of things, and the fact that they don't want to look at me, they rather look at me, and they kind of understand that. But I'm not doubling down on the fact of hate.
Yeah, agreed. For me, it's like I got my first dislike on your video I did this weekend, of all things. But it's perfectly fine, because I think it's either one of three things. It's more of why. I'm talking like Sasha right now. But it's more of one of three things. It's more the fact that they don't like me talking about COVID-19 and the mess that's happening down in Florida. Don't we dare talk about Miami, because that's like a hell of a handbasket with all those people down there spreading COVID like there's no tomorrow, not wearing masks. And then they probably don't like the fact that I had to talk about gun violence and gun reform, because of what happened this past week with the 3 shootings all in one week, and then we just had another one today, and then another one yesterday, and they said we don't like that, and then had to talk about racism, and I guess they didn't like that either, because evidently they are fans of this Federation Wrestling thing. So I'm just like, you know what? Screw them. Because I made a goal. There's a goal. There's like a creed for talk shows. I found out that the creed is you basically say what you say and you make jokes of it, and all politics around the table. And I said, and you must do it. And I was like, yeah, okay. Whether the joke's good, whether it's bad, you must tell the joke and get it done with. So, I just, if it's a topic that needs to be talked about, it needs to be talked about. If it's racism, yeah.
I do the same thing. Let me put it to you like this, George. It's now, going on April. So let's see, December, January, February, March. Let's go with April. It'll be when April hits, it'll be about 5 months ago, back in November. I recorded an election day special, meaning it was released on election day.
Mm-hmm.
I recorded it I literally recorded it on that election day. I released it like the day after. I recorded it that day. No, I recorded it on Monday and I released it on election day. I worded everything in regards to the person that I had on is a friend of mine. And all we talked about in regards to was you should vote. That's what we stressed. If you
voting is important.
Voting is important. Doesn't matter who you vote for. Voting is important. Voting is important. Voting is important. Was the constant message. And we didn't tell anybody who to vote for, why they should, just why they should vote. And at that point, I had on my Podbean channel saying that the biggest thing you should do is, on my, when you looked at Podbean, it would say that I had over 1,200 subscribers on my Podbean page. It went down to 970 some odd, strictly because of the person that I had on was a Republican, and I'm an independent. Meaning, like, most of the people didn't like the fact that I said, I'm not going to vote for either candidate. Strictly because I don't like either candidate. And apparently people didn't like that. And despite the fact the main message was go out and vote.
Yep.
Go out and vote. And one of the other episodes, during those 2 months, the other episode I did after that, I think was I'll probably bring it up. It was, I think, the Art versus Corona at the Apollo Theater here in town. It was a live streamed event, and pretty much what went on was like one band, like a couple of bands, and promoting local businesses.
Mm-hmm.
And because it was just us doing a live, the person doing a live stream and promoting local businesses and having music, folks decided, I want to unsubscribe because I don't like the fact that he brought up, in essence, Corona. Like,
Yeah.
really? You don't like the fact that I said, hey, let's vote. Hey, let's, I want to entertain. We're, in essence, battling the pandemic, battling the, by having this live streamed event.
Yeah.
And it's mostly audio. And you don't like that, and I lost like 400 subscribers off of Podbean because of it.
Yeah,
like,
fuck that. How dare you?
And one of my most disliked videos on my channel is I think it is the wrestling videos for some strange reason. I think it has like a crap ton of dislikes, strictly because it's like I think they hate the wrestling company. Like I can't get likes on it because we don't like that wrestler, or we don't like that this, that, and the other thing. It's like, well, they didn't tell me. It's like, was it because there's a 15-20 minute video, or the fact that I didn't show the whole thing? I just wanted to show highlights of the event that I went to and a couple of the interviews. That's it. And they didn't like, again, it was like, this, that, and how dare you? Let's see, it was like, the date on it was December 21st, 2019. It has precisely 0 likes, which means And on anybody 0 likes, I mean, it's got dislikes on the video. It's like if I actually bring up the video itself and pause it, it has no likes and it's got 3 dislikes.
Wow.
And it's a 27-minute video, has like 2 or 3 interviews in it, and it's highlights of the matches. That's it.
Let me put it this way: you're gonna get haters regardless.
Yeah, haters
because,
are
you know,
haters.
with me, I've gotten haters. Well, not really like in your aspect, but like for instance, one of my videos I did was a video. I did a food review on a place called Thurmont Country Kitchen. My mother evidently knows the person who runs it because she used to work at a doctor's office as a nurse, and she took really good care of her. I went ahead and did my honest review of their breakfast and did everything. And then the one comment I got the following day was F you, you lie, stop saying false advertisement. I was like, excuse me? And I didn't know who it was. So when I talked to a bunch of people, they probably think it was either a disgruntled worker that used to work there, or someone that went there that absolutely hates the food, or someone that hates the owner. Because I got direct instructions from my mother: you be nice to Shirley, and you give her a good review. And I said I will, because you know. So as soon as she did the review, I went down there, and she came out and she thanked me and almost gave me a hug because it was such a good review. And she said, "Your mother is so sweet. I really thank you for that." And that was the one review. And then this past weekend, you know, with your video I did with you, Chris, I got the one negative. The thumbs down. I was like, seriously? And then my subscriber list from 104 to 103. I was like, oh, I guess that person left too. So be it.
And one of the things I'll tell you this, George, is that every now and again I check my reviews on my ratings and the reviews on iTunes.
Yeah.
As of right now, I have precisely out of the 15 total reviews, one of them is a 1-star. No comment, no post in regards to who left the 1-star, but there's a single 1-star review for my show.
Interesting.
Don't know why, don't know what about, don't know in regards to what episode that caused them to put that 1-star.
Yeah.
But at best, I don't even know when it was put up. Part of me wants to say, yeah, it was in essence, the troll back late last year that put it up there because apparently he probably found out about my show and decided, because as I was telling Sasha, that this particular hater never looked up my show on social media, never listened to an episode, so he had no idea what kind of content I put out.
Yeah.
None. And apparently, because he saw the name of the show, blatantly declared that I'm an ist and a phobe. And the fact that not only just that, I was totally for what happened many years ago at that school.
Mm-hmm.
And I pretty much went after him in regards to, like, wait a minute, you don't even know what I put out, who I am, and the fact that you didn't even ask. It's like, you don't even know. It's like, one of the things I tell people is, like, when they approach me to that, it's like, I don't condone that. I think what those kids did, one, was cowardly overall on so many levels. What they did was cowardly. What their folks did were cowardly. What they ended up, because they didn't want to ultimately take up responsibility for what they did, they took the cowardly way out. So overall, they're cowards, and what they did was disrespectful. They were assholes. Yeah, they were assholes. And one of the people's like, well, you, this hater's like, well, you don't even know SEO. I'm like, well,
doesn't matter.
One, it doesn't matter. Number two, and one person brought up, like, well, you're out of the first page, you're like number 8 on the list. like, dude, if I'm number 8 on the list, and I'm thinking about it after, it's like, if I'm number 8 on your list, what the fuck are you bringing up? What searches are you bringing up that I'm number 8?
Yep.
Yep.
And because, as I told Sasha early on the live stream, it's like, I went to the local library because they're the best computers to do blind searches because everything is utterly removed. You can honestly do a covert, honest search. And out of the top 10 responses, I'm in with literally the top 3. You either get my Facebook or my main website or a Spotify link.
Yep. We are all badasses here.
So,
interesting. So, I completely understand with what you said. I'm the same way. I sometimes go and search stuff up too because I think I told Sasha this a while back, but a while back in 2015, I had a run-in with someone in the artist community in the very fandom, which kind of almost ruined my career because they made a false report to me to a Beware post on Tumblr, which is, I believe, is still up there underneath another name I used at the time. This is why I go by Rocky. But regardless, they made a false report, blaming things that I didn't do blatantly, and it almost ruined my career, and to the point where I got threatening emails, I got threatening Facebook messages. I delete an email account, and then I get something it's like, just because you delete an email account doesn't mean that you can run away. I know what you're doing. You need to stop and quit.
Well,
you need to leave now.
Rocky, let me put this out here. Out of anybody who could get a false report, Chris and you know I could get a false report on something.
Yeah.
And it's never happened because you, Ho Shui, several other people were there. There was no way that could ever become a false report.
True.
Because we have the body of evidence. And even if it happens to you, you have the body of evidence. Because I will back you up 100%. Just like you will back me up. Just like you would back Chris up.
Correct.
Because we're a family. And we watch out for each other. That's just how we roll. No matter how bad shit gets, no matter how weird our relationships are, we're still a family. You, me, Chris, we will sway. Add anybody else to that you want to. Even Matt to some degree, even though he's not talking to me, we're still a family. Because that's how we roll.
It's like, I consider Matt family too. He sent me, I was saying something, I was saying be on the show, and Matt wants to be on the show, and he says, you really need to do a review of where I work. I was like, what? I was like, you mean do a review of Second and Charles? I was like, no. And he mentioned the pizza place in Waynesboro, and I've never been there. So I went there tonight, and I was not disappointed. And I was like, my friend recommended me I go here, and the first person that liked it was Matt. I was like, well, you're getting a food review. Because that food was delicious, and it still will be delicious.
Yep. We may have our disagreements. We may not get along. We still family.
Correct. Yeah. Exactly, because
I'll be right back. Drink too much fluid again.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. I blame Sasha.
What did I do?
He's blaming you for drinking too much fluids.
I never drink enough. I'm almost out.
You gotta stay hydrated.
Yep, indeed. But you get what I'm saying. We still family, even when we have disagreements. And I know me and Matt ain't exactly talking for whatever reason, and it pisses me off. It's like, be a man, tell me why we ain't talking. But we still family.
I completely agree. Like Matt shared tonight, he shared a recap from, I think it was 2016,
Mm-hmm.
back in Waynesboro at the comic convention. I was looking through all those photos in that convention. I was like, oh, there you are. I was like, I found your photo. And I was like, you don't age a day. You still look exactly like you did from back then, and that's a good thing. That means age ain't nothing but a number. And I was like, oh, there's Sasha. Wow, she doesn't age.
Yep. I am how I am.
Exactly. And I was like, that was the first con I met her at, and we're still friends. I was like, ooh. And I was like, that was a fun con. And then I was like, there's Judy, and then I was looking at all the other people. I was like, oh, there I am, in my weird, awkward Doctor Who outfit that I put on right after getting out from work. Yeah.
I'm gonna not, like, fucking beat brushes here. I am worried about this con here in April. Just make sure you have your ducks in a row, because I'm selling for you, and that scares me a little bit.
Yeah, I'm going to have my ducks in a row, because I got to go and get my paperwork and everything done, so...
Because, George...
Like I was telling you in the chat, I called the number that they mentioned for you to call. The voicemail box is full.
But, George, there are people coming for me.
Yep.
Because Waynesboro sucks. And you know me, I will represent you no matter what.
Correct.
I don't want to throw you under a bus.
I know.
You're my brother. I love you. I will do so much as I can, but there are assholes in Waynesboro who want to throw me under a bus.
Mm-hmm. And you're a little tipsy, aren't you?
No, I'm just being real.
Ah.
It scares you because I'm being real.
Cool.
No, I'm just getting comfortable and enjoying myself because I can podcast however I want. I know you're watching on camera, but this is how you get views.
No, you see, You see, your part on camera, it's like there's a lag. All I see is like a empty bedroom because you said you went to the bathroom.
Yeah, I'm back now.
It's laggy. It's very, very, very laggy.
But I'm just letting you know. There are people who are dicks down there who want to give me shit, and yeah, make sure your ducks are in a row.
Correct. Yeah, I know there's people down there that want to get it, but for me, it's more of I have my backings. I'm friends with Shane. Basically, put it this way, I'm in the in crowd for Waynesboro. I know people there that know people that know people. And basically, I'm in the in crowd. My friend's mother works in Waynesboro. So, basically...
George, can I be a dick?
Go ahead.
I'm just being honest.
Okay.
Shane is neither mine or your friend. He is out for his own ends.
Oh, I know.
Same way with Ashley. They are neither mine or your friend. I can smell them from a mile away.
But see, I don't worry about them. They're not my what I consider friends. But however, I do have friends that live in Waynesboro. For instance, my friend Kyle, who's a furry, but he actually works at the beer shed. And
You
he knows
may.
all the people in Waynesboro.
I love you to death, but I'm just saying, like, don't trust everybody.
No, I don't.
You're a good person. I have your back 100%. But dear God, don't make me kill anybody, please.
I would never do that. Because what I usually do, if it's someone in Waynesboro, I usually go up to my friend and it's like, hey Kyle, do you know this person? And they're like, did you go to school with them? And then he has
George.
He has to think and he has to look. Yeah.
Well, let me put it this way. Considering the bullshit between Ashley and Shane, and their who go on first, even though Shane only has 30 minutes of fucking material, what does that tell you?
It does.
It sucks, and I hate for you to have to analyze that. But both of them suck. Because let's be honest, if I had Timmy down there, fuck them both. Timmy's playing first. They're the headliners. Because Timmy.
Yeah.
Because Timmy from Pain could play an hour to 2 hours worth of fucking venue music. Hell, I have TBD, Toxic Bitch Destroyer, from my buddy Ann Gallagher. She could play 2 hours worth of venue music. Those two could not even match that shit. Hell, I know all kinds of punks bands. We could rule that shit. And Shane and Ashley are nothing. And I'm just being real. Call me the asshole. But for them two to squabble over shit, when it's like, dear God, you have one person who knows they can only do 30 minutes of music, and one person who knows they can only do an hour. It ain't rocket science. Get over it. And considering how I have an ear for music, neither of them are punk. Call me.
No, Shane is not. Well, actually, Shane is what we call modern version of punk rock, or what they're trying to pass off today as punk rock music. Like Asking Alexandria, they're considering that punk rock.
But compared to what I already know, does it stand a day in the fucking room? 30 seconds in the fucking room? No. Because trust me, if I wanted to, I could get fucking Timmy to show up. I could get Ann Gallagher from fucking Toxic Bitch Destroyer.
Here's the thing.
Hell, if Dan was not dead, I love Dan to death, I could get Miss Lonely Heart to show up, and they would blow both of those two out of the water. And I miss Dan. And yes, I could cry bringing him up. But Dan from Miss Lonely Hearts was a fucking badass.
Yeah, can I weigh in for a moment?
Go ahead, Chris.
Go ahead, Chris.
Here's the thing. I don't mind that the event's having any bands or music, but here's the thing. You have a geeky event going on.
Yes.
Granted, you want to have some local talent.
Of flavor, yes.
Of local flavor. Granted, getting any type of decent band, geek-related band might be out of the question because you got to fly the man. But wouldn't you have someone in the local area that might be able to drive that is a geek band or a geek cover band, so to speak? I'm not talking the levels of Cybertronic Spree, but something of the ilk.
Oh, Chris, I have not played my trap card yet.
But,
I have a trap card in here.
But I'm sure both of you kind of understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah, no, I get it. Not this bullshit with dinosaurs in Paris and I defeat. Fuck that. But an actual punk band that's geared toward horror and sci-fi and everything. Oh, I got that shit on lock. Every day of the week. And George, you know I do.
Yep. I know you do.
Just saying. And the sad part of it is, I can name 3 bands that come to mind right off the bat, aside from Pain. Granted, I gotta bridge a couple gaps, but the guy who runs Ravenside Manor would back us up 100%.
Nice. I mean, I'm sure because I have a friend who knows someone that's in the band Mariachi Entertainment System,
Oh,
I assure you I could, and we could get them to come up one time.
we could bring a fucking show, me and George just alone. Hell, just give us a weekend. Dear God. Imagine what we could do, George. Imagine.
I mean, I've never seen Mariachi Entertainment System live, but they've been to PAX. They go to PAX. They play at PAX.
Yep.
And I would love to see them live, because that's mariachi music to video game music, and they are awesome.
Imagine if me and George got together and blew that shit out of the park. And I'm not just talking punk. I'm talking what George got to offer. I'm talking rock. I'm talking everything. We could scare a motherfucker to death. And you and I, George, both knew this.
Mm-hmm. Because one thing Waynesboro doesn't have, I'm going to be honest, is what Gettysburg has. Gettysburg has Gettysburg Rocks, which all the proceeds and money that's raised at Gettysburg Rocks it's a week-long event where different bands perform at different venues and bars around Gettysburg, and all the money that is raised goes towards a charity organization. Waynesboro does not have that. I mean, if there are places in Waynesboro that are, say, willing to have live music bands perform for like a Waynesboro Rocks, and we get local bands and we get nearby bands that come and support, all the money that's raised to go see these musicians, they go to a local charity. Whatever charity that might be in Waynesboro.
Yep. Trust me. It could be fucking scary.
Yeah, Gettysburg Rocks is a 3-day, 22-venue, 175 bands, 40 kids event. So all the money goes back towards helping the kids.
Woo! 7 viewers. If you got questions, throw your question up in the comments, and I will be glad to answer them. George, me, or Chris, unless you're an asshole, otherwise you're getting banned, blocked, or what have you. Because I ain't got time for that shit. Legit. Oh, we're down to 5. I guess I kind of scared them. So, George, thoughts on Godzilla vs. Kong? And I got to throw out this caveat. Mechagodzilla is showing up in the movie. So let's be honest, we both know Mecha is posing as Kong, or Godzilla, to piss off Kong. What are your thoughts? What are your predictions?
Well, it all depends on how they're going to do this. Are we going to go with the? Are they going to do the Showa period, the Heisei period, the Millennium period, the Reiwa period?
All right. Let me simplify this for you. 1974, Godzilla versus Mecha Godzilla. You got Mecha Godzilla posing as Godzilla, fucking shit up, and Godzilla in trouble. So Kong shows up to kick ass. Granted, I'm bringing in the new continuity. And Godzilla, Kong is like, Godzilla, I need to kick his ass. He's kicking real Godzilla's ass, but here you find out it's Mecha Godzilla doing shit. How you feel?
Well, let's see. I think that, that Godzilla, Mecha Godzilla, will ultimately have the upper hand. But Godzilla is going to ultimately win, because if you know all movies, it's going to be the
Yeah. But think of it this way.
The name of the movie's going to win.
Hold on. You got Kong thinking it's Zilla, even though it's not Zilla. It's Mecha Godzilla causing shit. How's that going to play out? Are they going to team up and fucking beat Mecha Godzilla's ass? Or is there going to be a little bit of confusion beforehand and each other beating each other's ass until realize, oh shit, it's Mecha Godzilla causing it?
I think we're just going to have to wait and see what happens.
Okay. Now me being me, and granted, this is my wish, and my wish come true. But fucking Gamera shows up to tear shit up between both factions. I know it's not going to happen, but how you feel about that?
It'll just be interesting.
And wouldn't it be the shit though? Because we have forever wanted that. And here's Gamera like, I am the protector of all children. And I'm going to rip Godzilla and Mechagodzilla and Kong a new asshole. I would be down. I don't see it happening. But dear God, I want it to happen. Because, you know, Gamera, protector of all children. But come on. What do you think?
Well, like I said, you know, I'm not going to say much on it, or then we're going to wait and see. Because during all of this, you know, I'm still waiting for an Ultraman versus Godzilla movie.
Oh.
Because now, in that phrase, who do you think would win, Ultraman or Godzilla?
Depends on what they're fighting over. Yeah, I remember.
Well, let me put it this way: Ultraman's trying to save the Earth.
But Godzilla is fighting against the hubris of all mankind.
That is true.
And to me, it's Godzilla hands down. I'm sorry, fuck Ultraman.
I grew up with Ultraman. I love my Ultraman.
I love Ultraman. I saw his Hawaiian series growing up. But when it comes to Godzilla and him fucking the hubris of mankind, even Ultraman got to step aside. You and I both know that, because humankind is fucked up. And Godzilla is here to say, nah, here's nature, let's roll. I don't think Ultraman could fight that. Just me. Maybe I'm wrong. Give me an argument otherwise.
Then let's put this in more perspective. Ultraman versus Godzilla, and you toss in there the Sentai Rangers, and then we toss in there, Kamen Rider.
Fuck Kamen Rider. Sentai Ranger, Go Ranger, no, they fucked. Just Godzilla versus Ultraman. And let's be honest, they would meet a compromise.
Yep.
Between the two, they would sit down and say, humankind is fucked.
Mm-hmm.
In reality, yes, they may go their separate ways in their fight, but in reality, it would not be a draw, because they would realize that humankind is fucked. And that's just me. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm an asshole. Chris, where'd you go?
I'm still here.
Okay.
I just...
You Dill in your pocket, pussy?
Nah. No, just that,
You got a whole shipment of
band
them.
thing. I decided to look up an old geek band I once was familiar with. Apparently they went defunct over the past few years.
Ah, that's a shit. That sucks.
No, but the thing is, I knew one of their former bass players, and apparently they were having a lot of shit go down behind the scenes. Meaning that they, from what I gathered from his initial post after he left the band, is that despite their very polite and wonderful exterior and how they wanted to come off, they were complete and utter fucking assholes and douchebags behind the scenes. So I was wondering why I haven't heard anything about what was going on with them for years. Apparently they broke up.
No.
And they're no longer doing shit because I think they were doing a major. I think again this was like several years ago. They were invited to do a major Star Trek show out in like Las Vegas. They went, and apparently, according to the one guy I know, he said they were invited back for roughly the same amount of money, and they're like, no, we want way more. We were very well received last year, and yet it was like, no, there was only a couple of people in the audience. They weren't, you guys weren't that well received last year, and apparently they were just like everything went to their heads last year because this was a major event. And they just wanted to milk the event for more money, and it was just like, no, it's like he wasn't let go of the band, meaning that they didn't say, hey, dude, later we don't want you part of the band. He's like, because of everything, I walked away. They were that much of bunch of assholes. But I guess the CD, if I used their music, I was surprised. Like I said, when I posted up the one video that had their music, CD Baby had to be the assholes and copyright claim things in regards to it because of apparently CD Baby is still assholes.
Let me put it this way. I make videos, and you know who does my theme song? Pain the Band.
Right.
Horror Queen. And they literally have me given written permission to use said song. CD Baby disputes every episode, and there is not shit Pain can do about that. And it pisses me off. In fact, Pain is like, hey, we've separated ourselves from CD Baby. Once our new album is out, we will give you a new cover song, and that is what you can use. Until then, just deal with their bullshit. But after that, yeah, use our song. And it pisses me off beyond belief because they make money on the soundtrack, but it has nothing to do with my show. And they gave consent for me to use it. But I gotta fight uphill to get the copyright to make money on my own goddamn show, even though I have permission to do so. It's ridiculous. And it's gotten to the point where I just don't care. Because 20 cents a year is not worth it. Let CD Baby have that bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I did that because one of the videos on my main channel, my personal channel, I leave up, it's got copyright claimed by CD Baby. I was like, you know what, I'm not making money. Do you want to see if they can make a nickel every 5 years? Then freaking let them. Because that's how much they're making.
That is what
and
it is.
I told a buddy of mine because he signed a contract with CD Baby to distribute his stuff, and he started putting up videos of his song on his own channel. I'm like, dude, I just want to let you know, CD Baby might actually come after your own stuff because they're that big of
a dick,
bunch of assholes. Even though it's your own stuff, they want money from your own stuff that you put up on your own channel.
Damn right.
I want to see this. I want to see this. The funniest instance of copyright claiming was from
Whoa, hold up. George, you didn't know that shit?
No, I knew that shit. Yeah, I knew that shit, but no, I was thinking loud for something else. Jim Crouch has donated money to the the movie I'm in, Mortician, which is really good. And so I'm just like, wow, go Jim Crouch. He's like, you're welcome. You have a good project, and I hope to see it when it's complete. I'm like, yeah.
All I gotta know, as terrible as it sounds, I know both you and Chris are down. But when I can get the Princess of Darkness movie up and running, like George and Chris, are you both down?
I'm down for whatever you need me to, because I now have an IMDb page.
George, based on what I have planned, you're gonna play an asshole.
I could be an asshole.
Yeah, Chris, I don't even have to ask. Can you play an asshole?
I already am an asshole. And you'll find out how much of an asshole I can be come April 10th.
Because, let me put it this way, the Princess of Darkness movie, it involves a fucked up energy drink that turns people into mutants. And me, I'm just trying to get my drunk on and have a good time. And everybody's turning into mutants and fucking shit up. And I gotta protect people, and I don't want to. But I got to. As long as you're down, I'm down. Are you guys down?
I'm good.
No, that's what I heard. Let me put it this way. You're gonna hate this movie because you turn into mutants and have to fuck shit up. And me, I'm gonna enjoy blowing shit up because that's just how I roll. And I don't want to protect people because they're all assholes. Because it's the reality of the situation. And it's going to be fun and funny. And I think you'll have a good time.
I think I will, and I'm going to enjoy it.
Alright. We'll find the shit to fucking produce it and have a good time. I just hope I can find somebody who's okay with the ending, dealing with aliens and bullshit. But it'll be awesome.
You need to talk to Corey. Corey this might be something EPG might be interested in.
Yeah, I know, but I want creative control.
I think you would, because let me put it this way. Corey likes the way I film, and she kind of says some of the people that film are filmed squarely, or very square when it comes to filming, very old school, and wants things to be nice, tight, and clean. I'm like,
but let me put it this way: Chris will like the second movie because I have a character specifically designed for him, and I think he'll dig it. But that first movie is going to be a motherfucker. It's a siege film and a horror film. But that second movie is the money movie. I'm still trying to figure out what my third movie is. I've got an idea. But I'm not sure where I want to go with it. But the first and second, it's scripted. And it's going to fuck with people. And I love it to death. Because the first movie is a siege movie, the second movie is Seven Samurai, and the third movie is just fucking have fun.
Nice.
And as long as I can do what I want to do with it, we'll be alright. But outside of that, it's going to be a bad fucking day. Ooh, wait. Shit, I gotta read comments. Anyways, George, Chris, talk about something while I read comments. Jansen, Rand, Dominant Gaming. So what's with the Ghostbusters pack? Well, this is my Proton pack. I started out with a Spirit pack, and I grew from there. And it's a badass pack. I've done a lot of work to it. And an A-frame, which is, of course, a military A-frame. But I'm building on it. It seems out of place. Not really. Depends on how you look at it. It's my pack, and I'm building on it, like it or not. But yes, A-frame pack. I built all kinds of things on top of it. There's a Spirit pack, and I'm building on the Spirit pack. So, George, talk to me. What do you want to talk about, movie-wise?
I don't know. Right now I'm looking at Star Trek stuff.
Star Trek? Why? Hey, Chris. Build on stuff. What are we talking about? He's like, do I gotta lose the dress? Do I?
No.
I can lose the dress.
Just going over some of this stuff that's on the trending on through Amazon, see what's going on with some of the news, see what's additional to cover, what's shared to my page, and everything else. And it looks like there's nothing really new. We covered the Thundercat shit. Latest largest mini yet. And billionaires on Tesla. Finding my PS5 missing one. PS5 Pro, here's why.
Well, we can talk about this. So, Sasha, what do you think of the Purge series?
We're talking about like the Purge, where everybody's against the government and destroying shit.
Yep, one day a year.
Yeah. Alright, let me be honest about that. 100% honest. You gotta understand, I'm a 90s person. I grew up in the 90s. I graduated high school in the 90s.
Yeah.
I love Battle Royale. Fuck whatever you think about the 90s. Battle Royale needs to be a movie theater. Or needs to be a movie fucking series. Because what is that fucking series of The Hunger Games? Is a ripoff of Battle Royale.
Mm-hmm.
And Battle Royale was the fucking shit. I don't care how fucking awesome Hunger Games is. Battle Royale did it better. God damn. Just watch fucking Battle Royale. Because you have, Takahashi in that fucking movie just going ape shit, and it's so good. In the book, and the creator of Hunger Games, as much as she wants to deny it, read Battle Royale. I know she did. It was a 90s fucking series, and it was so good. I don't know how to describe it. I'm sorry, but that's just how I feel. George? Because I love Battle Royale. I just can't, because it's so good.
I think Battle Royale was great. The reason why I bring it up is because...
Dear God, I am still coming over it. It is such a good fucking...
Because this year they have another Purge film coming out called Forever Purge.
Fuck the Purge. Battle Royale was so much better. Hunger Games, The Purge, if it wasn't for Battle Royale, we would not be here.
I agree it's better. But the question is, how long can a series like The Purge last as a movie franchise before people say enough's enough?
It depends on how you go.
Okay.
It really does. You can go really deep with that series.
Nobody's beating on anything. I'm just getting tired of listening to the mouth of the South.
But, you know.
Is that your parent and mother complaining?
Yes. But it is a great series. Depending on how you look at it. It is a fucking awesome series.
Mm.
And it is a deep... It is a deep series. And few people get that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think about Halloween Kills coming out 2021?
I have to see it first.
Because next year they have Halloween Ends.
Mm.
I mean, they're trying to draw this out.
A lot of these sequels and stuff, they're drawing things out and it's done the wrong way. I'm sure a lot of folks back in the 80s to early to mid 90s, when you saw like Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street, and the original slasher films, they would probably say, yeah, they're saying the same shit now then that we're saying now, that they're dragging this crap out. It's just the wrong aspect of how they're doing it. They're trying to revamp stuff. The PG ranking that a lot of these movies are getting is basically crap.
Yeah.
I want to see the R-rated stuff. I want R-rated horror movies because that's what they are, or they should be. Gives them a little bit more range to do a lot of stuff. I want my blood, guts, gore, and boobs. Okay, I grew up on that. Give me some more blood, guts, gore, and boobs. So.
See, I completely agree with you on that. And every reiteration of what we call Halloween or Friday the 13th is basically, there's like, well, how can we make this mask look different than the last one, but yet still make it a Friday the 13th? I'm like, seriously.
I'm not just talking about Halloween. That's like, oh, let's revamp Halloween. Let's revamp Friday the 13th. Let's revamp, this, that, and other thing. I'm talking about horror movies in general. I'm sure there's plenty on, whether it be on Shudder or Netflix or whatever streaming channel that wants to do horror movies that are doing unrated stuff that's full of true blood, guts, and gore. Yeah. Right, but what usually gets me is the aspect of, let's do this PG so we can get as many butts and seats as possible. When the real fans, granted there are people that have been putting out great horror movies that are within the PG rating, but when you have the bulk of, let me put it like this, I hope this is a good example. I think the reason why a good many people went from standard cartoons, American cartoons, to anime, if I want to trigger the audience that might be watching, to Panimation. The reason why they went to anime in general is because American anime, for the most part, is watered down and kidified, whereas anime is more mature and adult. It has the range in it, and it goes to directions where most places do not want to go, or at least American studios do not want to go. So there's that draw, and you keep putting people, it's like, oh, let's do a PG-13, PG-13, PG-13. Yet once a lot of the modern audience now gets, we're tired of the PG-13, PG-13 horror movies. They're going to want R-rated horror movies. There has to be that market there. And as stated, you're going to have, that's where the Dark Stones, which is done by, John Johnson, the EPG films, the Key 13 films, the independent groups that are doing unrated stuff, and that has the blood, the guts, the gore, that is the traditional R-rated horror movies. That's where they could step up and actually make the bank.
Damn right.
Because these are the unrated gems that, I don't mean unrated as in like the R or unrated. I mean unrated as they're under the radar. That's where they can make bank and step up and say, hey, we're here. You want the stronger stuff. We know you want the stronger stuff. Come to us. Come to us. And I can't wait until that officially takes off. Even though underground independent horror has been around for
ages,
God knows how many years. That's why I think Trauma has been the king of the underground for a good many years, is because they've done that. And with unrestricted, in essence, under the radar stuff. Now, since then, me knowing folks like Matt Burns, Mark Byrne, John Johnson, the folks from Key 13, EPG, and all these other places. Now, I'm knowing a little bit more of the independent market, and it's like, where were you guys all my life? Where have you been? I'm tired of seeing these PG, when I'm looking for horror movies, seeing these PG movies. Yet here's the independent circuits putting out wonderful content. Yes, some of them are hit and miss, but they're there. It's like, I'm grateful to have the option, of seeing Keith, stuff from EPG, stuff from Darkstone, stuff, putting out this content for everybody and legitimately coming up with new storylines, innovative storylines.
Yep.
Granted, a lot of them might be relying on some of the classic tropes, but some of the newer generation of fans out there might not know those classic tropes. So it's completely new to them. So why not? And they're if you want to look at the movie that George is in, Mortician. Why not? I'm not familiar with the story, yet I backed it. It's a new concept, and there's not that many
brand new
aspects to it.
Yeah.
It's brand new. Go for it. Try it. And you have some names behind it. Yeah, you have like what's your name from the original Sleepaway, Sleepaway Camp, and you have all these names that are known in a lot of the independent circuits, including Miss Rossi. She's known in a lot of circuits. She's a well-known name, and why not bank on it, do it, grow for it.
Right.
If they get bigger, you can probably get bigger names like Tony Todd. Still work with it, go for it, grow. I'll be there applauding the way, and if I got funds, I'm going to be tossing money, to the local creators. That's why I put up on my personal page. Come December, I'm going to probably get a shit ton of stuff in the mail from a Indiegogo and Kickstarter campaigns that I wouldn't remember that I donated to.
Same way.
I look at like Competition, and I look at Go Away, and I look at some of the other ones. I'm like, I think I donated to the campaign, but I don't know. So come December, I'm going to probably be getting a lot of stuff in the mail that's signed. So.
Damn right.
I do apologize for going on a tirade.
No. It's perfectly fine, because, create small creators. Support them. Get them out there, because, let's be honest, what has big creators done in the last couple of years because of COVID? Not a goddamn thing.
Yeah.
Even George could talk about what all he's worked on. Even Chris could talk about it. Hell, I've been working on the Princess of Darkness movie, since COVID. Everybody's like, oh, you took a year off. Yeah, I took a year off because I'm making a fucking movie. And I want to scare you all and have a good time. I want to do Feast meets Return of the Living Dead so badly, and it is getting there. And I'm quite sure both Christopher Lumser and George here have similar projects.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do. I'm not going to give anything away, but I made a prop for the movie Mortician, which has a case file in it. Within that case file, it's basically pertaining to a case not related to the movie. And within that case not related to the movie, I told Toriel about it, and she loved. She said, "Wow, I'll make a director out of you one of these days." And I was like, "Beautiful." So now I'm reading over the case file, and I realized I went into such great details. And I said, now I'm going to have to write this. And this would be a great movie, just as is. So the premise, I can say it. I mean, the premise behind this great idea is based around a serial killer that's going around Pennsylvania, killing people, but not just any people, killing babysitters and young underage women who are the age of babysitting, and leaving their bodies, cutting their throats and stabbing them in the abdomen and killing them in gruesome ways, and calling himself the crossword puzzle killer because he sends notes to the local police stations, basically saying in order to find out where the next murder is going to happen, you're going to have to solve this crossword puzzle. And that's like, you know what? That's genius. That has to be a movie now.
Yep. And I get you. 100%. So, George, what kind of things you want to promote tonight? What kind of things you want to promote tonight?
Want to promote tonight?
Yeah.
Well, let's see. What am I currently working on right now? Well, as what I'm working on right now, I just uploaded some videos, which it's something I just did, and it's I think it's all uploaded. It's something new I just did. I don't know how well it's gonna do because, like I said, people have been sending me questions, and it's just various assortment of questions people have been sending me.
What kind of questions?
So I've been doing this new thing where basically I answer their questions, and and it's like it's great. So once a week now, I'm answering people's questions. Like I can give you some topics, like stuff that people was a saving. Retry. Come on, seriously. Okay, you're gonna be a bitch. All right. Mind my French.
George, we've been cursing this entire live streaming. You want to apologize for saying the word bitch?
Hey, I could be talking about a biker, but that's still there. Okay, weird. No, but seriously, it's just more like people kept asking me questions all this time as an artist, and kept saying, "So, where do you get your ideas from, and what do you do this?" So, once a week I'm doing like this week goes. Someone asked me, what is your favorite color? And then, no, seriously, I want to know, what is your favorite color? I'm like, okay, I guess I'll make a video on that. And then someone asked me, why do you call yourself Rocky Red Panda? Why are you a furry? What do you use to draw? Mac or PC? And someone asked me, how do you come up with your ideas? So I'm just like, these are questions, I guess, that need to be answered. So I just do it,
Go for it.
And then hopefully next week on the show, my show on Sunday, I should have, let's see if I can pull this up, I should have Craig Bumball on my show. If anyone doesn't know who Craig Bumball is, Craig Bumball actually is an auctioneer, but he does what Shane does, but without a store. And he auctions via his own website, which is pretty cool. And people go in and bid, they sign up, and they can win like all these cool pieces of comics, music, and gaming stuff. But it's completely awesome. I forgot how I met him. I forgot how I know him from, but I know him from something. And Craig Bumball he's a nice person, and he's another Waynesboro local, and he does amazing things. So.
Awesome.
All right. What about yourself, Chris? Anything else coming up with your show besides the last time we talked?
Nothing really. I might record something briefly tomorrow.
Okay.
Stuff for this week. But if not, due to everything that's been happening over the past week and everything, this might be a week off until I can record and do something valid. Because I don't want to do anything, and I know the fact that the episode in regards to the show might be, the April 10th show might be the aspect of I'm going to be tossing people under the bus. But that's just overall me, and I have a bunch of videos that I have to edit together and put up, and I probably have another 3 or 4 videos I'll be doing this week in regards to a few things, depending if they come in. I know one of the things that I was going to be getting this past week won't be coming until mid-April. I'll probably be getting another thing. I know I'll be getting something either probably tomorrow. It's something I put in for. Probably another thing in a couple of more days. It's gonna just be weird, just filming and just trying to put everything up. I know I have my Angry Review Air Crates thing to put up and edit. Probably another review past that. Just a lot of stuff I have to get through and put up and do. It's just gonna be tedious. I'm not gonna like it, but I'm gonna have to do it. If not, I'll put up tomorrow when I get back in, probably a retrospective episode. That way something's up for this week. I have one on file. I think I know which one to do because I haven't posted it yet. And let's go with the retro stuff folder. Let's see, what do I have there as that I can post up? Let's see. Don't know about that one. Oh yeah. Oh, I could do that one. I know what that one is. And plus, I have the red and blue versus Rita panel I could post up as a retrospective. So
Nice.
I know last year the one I put up as a retrospective the first Power Rangers panel I modded way back in the day with Vernon Lloyd and everybody. That got good numbers last year, so I might do it this one. It's been a while. I don't like to do them that much now that I feel better, but I want to put something up now, and I want to get in touch with a buddy of mine because I think he wants to talk about WandaVision, and I'll see if he wants to talk about Falcon and the Winter Soldier, so I can put something up on for next week too. So I know tomorrow the retrospective would be the easiest thing to do because it's just a matter of me doing an intro and an outro and pulling the panel off of it.
Mm-hmm.
So, and one of these days, I might, George, as a question, I hope you don't take this the wrong way. You said you were a furry at one point, or you're a part of the community?
Yes, part of the community.
Well, see, I'm still part of the community, but I don't do as much as I used to anymore, but I'm still part of the community because my friend is actually still working on my fursuit, and it will be it's getting to completion. We'll just leave it like that. It's getting to completion, so once it's done, then I might wear it a little bit more, but mostly right now, as the community, I mostly concentrate on art. Once I became an artist and started selling at cons, everything else just became second nature. And it's like, I don't do most of what they do anymore. And it's more like now I just make art, and that's basically it. And I love it,
That'd be the case. The reason why I asked, George, is because maybe one of these days I would like to have you on to kind of talk about if you don't mind, just to talk about the basics of the furry community and what
Sure.
the misconceptions and what people don't know, and
Yep.
if you're willing to do it. If not, we don't have to do it.
I'd be willing to do that. That would be perfectly fine. Right now, I'm just laid over a Gene Roddenberry Mark IX tricorder, but it's $9,999.99. I can't afford that. But yeah, I'll be willing to do that.
Because the last time I saw something, anything in regards to like I would say the quote unquote furry community, was something that Attack of the Show kind of did many years ago, and I don't think they did it properly or justice. And I'd rather get someone who's willing to at least talk legitimately and respectfully about it without painting in a kind of a goofy or stupid light, if you could understand this.
Correct. Yeah, I agree. Whoa, someone's having mic issues over there.
2.
All I heard was, I heard like a mic dax.
I'm good.
Okay.
You're good. I'm just cleaning as we go.
Alright.
A little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I'm Gucci.
Gucci.
You can tell you can tell how old I am by saying I'm Gucci, I'm Maine.
That's George for you. So anyways, what other topics are we missing out on tonight? There's something. There's always topics.
I don't know.
What does it say on Google? Because I can scroll down and find something on Google, be it like comic book or what have you. There's always something.
Well, here's something. I don't know if we talked about it yet, but what do you think of DC Comics raising their prices to $6 from like a $1.99?
It's DC Comics. It's any comic book. Eventually, price is going to go up. That's just how it is. You know?
It took them how long for them to say, oh, we're going to raise it to $6, and here are all the comic book fans that's like, no.
I remember when comic books were 50 or 60 cents a pop. $6 I can live with. And it's DC. I could give 0 fucks about.
That's the same. I'll go on Hades for Engage might not like it because I've been buying comics as of late, but I'll just cut back. Instead of buying a bunch, I'll buy just like 1 or 2.
Yeah, just buy the issues that are important to you.
For me, the issues don't bother me. It's I go for who designed the cover and who did the artwork in the series. And then if like for instance, oh, this is a limited edition Frank Cho cover, of course I'm gonna buy it. It's just like the last one I got was I got a signed copy by Ken Hunt. He did the lady forget what it is rendition cover, and I had to go get my cover because it's Ken Hunt. I'm friends with them, and I need to support him because there was no cons at the time. I'm like, I got to support Ken, just like people supported me. I got to do my job for the local artist community,
Exactly.
Not to mention, if a lot of the rumors are true, is that Warner Brothers might be selling off the comics aspect of in regards to DC.
To
I don't know how true that is.
Who's gonna buy it?
Rumor has it one of the folks that might be interested was like Robert Kirkman plus a couple of high rollers. But this type of deal is going to be, it's strictly for the rights to the comics.
Okay.
Meaning that whatever the comics bring in, that's what they're going to be making money off of.
Exactly.
And if Warner Brothers makes a Wonder Woman movie, a Batman movie, or a Superman movie, the comics division is seeing none of that.
Yep.
We'll never see a dime.
As they should not.
To, like, regards to how Marvel might do things. Even though Disney owns Marvel, I'm sure Marvel as a whole, as a company, gets a part of that cut. Whether it be a small cut, but it'll be a cut nonetheless.
Damn right.
But the thing is, for the folks out there that might hear this, make it this far in this episode, in this show, it'd be kind of stupid for DC to do it, because I wouldn't say DC, but Warner Brothers. Marvel might have, not Marvel, Disney and Marvel might have a better idea, especially with the, what I'm about to say, is that whole aspect of Hollywood movie math. Maybe you could have a movie, whether it be like Avatar, Endgame, or so forth and so on. We get word that, okay, let's take Endgame. It made, what, $2 billion in the box office?
Yeah.
Disney will tell you it didn't make a dime. We lost money on that movie. To avoid paying people on the back end.
Exactly.
And where they make that aspect is, oh, we had to pay Marvel on this movie. That's for example. In essence, you made the movie for $250 million plus there's, let's say, another $200 million in promotion.
Mm-hmm.
Where did the 1.5 billion dollars go? Oh, we had to pay Marvel for, the rights to Captain America's, Doctor Strange, Spider-Man, etc., etc., etc. Plus, we had to pay, because Spider-Man was in it, we had to pay Sony money. So that's where the money, quote unquote, went, and they lost money.
Yep.
And that's for example. And I don't think DC actually does that.
Nope.
Because they want to, the comics division isn't really making money. And the same thing with Marvel. Marvel will say, films are doing excellent, but our comics division isn't doing shit.
Yep.
It could be the fact that the reason why the comics division is doing shit, it could be various reasons depending on who the fuck you talk to. Whether it be a few artists not treating their fans correctly, or like shit, or whatever reasons. And that's why they're doing, instead of artists and writers taking, second and third jobs because they're not making money like they used to. Hey, we said it here on the show. It's like, I'm not using the phrase "get woke, go broke," but I will say, if you treat your fans like shit, then that's where you make your money is from the fans, and they decide, you know what, you're treating me like shit, I'm out. Guess what? You ain't making. You're going to have to get 2 or 3 jobs to support your life now because you're alienating your fans.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And fuck that. So, George, where do you stand with Aliens versus Predator?
Depending on which version, because there's so many versions.
Well, okay. Let's skip the video games. Let's go right down to brass tacks. And the original Dark Horse Aliens versus Predators, because that is where it starts.
Agreed. Well, let's see here. So...
Pardon me, George?
Yes.
Pardon me, George. Sasha, this question's focused on you. Are we talking about the original Atari Jaguar?
No, I'm talking about the Genesis. I'm talking about the comic book where it started.
Okay.
AVP, you got Nagoshi, what is her name? Nagoshi, who was running the colony on Ryoshi that was farming the rent that were like the primitive animals on the colony. And the aliens just show up, as do the predators, hunting them, and she's just trying to deal with both. And the fact that was not made a movie.
That's one of the scripts I actually had in my hands and read.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the comic, because the comic is what started it.
I have not read the comic, but I've seen the movie.
Okay, because Dark Horse Comics, because they own both the Aliens and Predator license, made the comic, and everybody made a big deal about the comic. But that is what started it. Not a video game, not a movie, not an attempt at a movie, but a fucking comic book owned by the publisher who owned both Alien and Predator. And just about this chick who owns a farming colony who bred like rhino-style animals that the Predator dropped aliens on top of. And them just trying to survive a three-way fight. And it disappointed me because that was supposed to be a movie. And the comic is so good.
Like I said, I don't know how I managed to get it. That the script that I had in my hands at that time, back in
the 90s.
2001.
Yeah, even before that.
That series had those elements from the comic.
But it was before that. It was from the 90s. It even took place before Predator 2 came out. Because Predator 2 honored the comic. Because it was just that good. And if you have not read the comic, I can hook you up, but it is so good. Because you got this chick who's just trying to survive the colony with the aliens and the predators showing up. And she's like, holy shit, I just got in charge of the company. This shit sucks. And it is so good. Given the chance, I will hook you both up. And you need to read it. And it is so good. And why it never got made into the movie just blows my fucking mind. Because
that's what kind of pissed me off with the movie is because it wasn't nowhere near the script that I actually read at the time.
Yep.
So
yeah, it wasn't going to be. Because they all had different ideas. Like the first Alien AVP took some inspiration from it, as did the second movie. And it would have been so much better had it been this outpost in the middle of nowhere who is stuck in a war between three species. And it blows my mind they did not do that.
Mind if I'm stepping off topic, but I'm reading something someone just posted a second ago when my friend's saying Warner Brothers reportedly wants Robert Pattinson to be the only Batman in cinemas from now on.
And that's fine by me. It just depends on how he portrays him.
From what I've seen, I like his Batmobile. I mean, everyone else is making a Batmobile that's souped up in this supercar, and his is actually based on a real car that got turned into a Batmobile. I'm like, you know, that's what they did in the 40s and 50s. And we'll see.
Like, wait a minute. My response would be that it's like, well, didn't they say that with each one of the Batmans that came out prior to Robert?
I guess. I mean, let's not talk about the one from Justice League. Let's not talk about that Batman.
Yeah, let's not.
Or Batman versus Superman. Batman. Oh, God.
Okay. Here's how I see Batman moving forward. Take Michael Keaton as old Batman. Find him a way to be displaced into current timeline with Patterson Batman, or you've got old Batman giving current Batman orders, I'm down.
Or even take it a step further. Take old Batman Keaton and have him become old Bruce Wayne, who is now training the new Batman.
Terry McGinnis.
Terry McGinnis. Or if Warner Brothers had their way, it would be Robert Patterson being the Terry McGinnis.
That's fine by me too.
Because they were going to be making
Batman Beyond.
Yeah, they were originally going to do that, but it got scrubbed under the table. I said, but that was a Batman Beyond was a good series, you know. It's just they're just like we're going to scrub it under the table.
DC to me, as terrible as it sounds, just scrub and start from the beginning, and not even start from the beginning.
Well, just like with the
Hold on. Pause for just a second. Skip Batman, skip Superman, skip everything else. Give me the Question. Cast him as Benedict Cumberbatch with no face.
Yeah.
Put him aside. Cast Blue Beetle. Pick some no-name big kid actor to be Blue Beetle. Put him aside. And then, and granted, it's going to piss people off, but give me John Constantine as my boy, and you know who I want as my boy as John Constantine. And then start fresh.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can cast whoever you want as Batman or Superman, but start with your low-tier superheroes first. Start with Blue Beetle. Start with Constantine. Start with The Question. Start with people that nobody knows about, and then build a universe around them.
Okay.
Create a whole new Superman. Create a whole new Batman. But start with your B and C top T level heroes.
Yeah.
And build a universe. Because imagine you got Matt Ryan as Constantine.
Mm-hmm.
What is his name? Young Latino kid, beautiful as fuck, as Blue Beetle.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
Then take the dark, mysterious person. Get one of those kids from Supernatural, but with no face, to play The Question. And build your heroes from the B level until you get to the A level. But start with B level.
Okay.
And to me, that will work a lot better than Superman, Batman, The Flash. No.
Mm-hmm.
Start with B level. Start with B level. Because that'll fuck with people. Same one with villains. You want to introduce villains? Start with the Weasel. Start with the Spot.
Yeah.
Start with... I'm trying to think of his name. It's on top of my head. But the one who dealt with all kinds of musical shit, start with him. Start with them. But don't go to A level. Don't go to Joker. Start with B level. And then build your way up. Make a universe. And then you've got something. And that is the problem with DC versus Marvel. Marvel started with B level and then built their way up. DC was like, oh, let's throw Superman, Batman, The Flash at it. No, don't start that way. Start at B level. Build your way up. Again, just me.
Yeah, I think that's what, in regards to like the B level, it's like, let's do Doctor Strange. People were like, oh, that's not going to work. Movies a hit. Let's do Black Panther. Oh, that's not going to work. That's B level. Hit. Oh, let's do Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
Guardians of the Galaxy? Really? Really? Doctor Strange and Black Panther, we kind of understand, but Guardians of the freaking Galaxy? Instant hit.
It's like I've been trying to tell DC this all along. It's like, well, if you're going to do the Justice League right, you got to make a Martian Manhunter movie. And everyone's like, Martian Manhunter? He's just a detective. It wouldn't make a good movie.
Start B level. Don't go A level. Start B level. Build your way up.
Correct.
Because to me, nobody's expecting B level. Nobody's expecting cosmic and weird shit. Go cosmic and weird shit. Because that is what's going to be your draw. But nobody gets that. I do. Trust me, if you watched a movie called The Question, I'm going to enjoy The Question more than I did The Batman. Because The Question brings so much more into it than The Batman. So does The Blue Beetle, does Superman. So does The Huntress versus Catwoman.
Yep.
Because you are not tackling a level. And DC does not understand that. Granted, yes, Marvel to some degree understands it, but they're not willing to commit 100% to it. I give a studio who commits 100% to it is going to make bank.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to fan cast at this because Sasha, you brought it up. For The Question, because you said, you'd like to see one of the folks from Supernatural do it. Jensen Ackles.
Call me an asshole, but I'm going to beat you there. And yes, he's a little old for the role, but he's already done it. Give me fucking Jeffrey Combs, and then pass it on to somebody else. Jeffrey Combs as The Question, and then pass it on to your supernatural actor or actress. Because Jeffrey Combs...
that could almost work too.
Yeah, but because Jeffrey Combs...
The reason I say that is that you bring in... when you want the person without the mask...
Yep.
You have Jensen doing it. But because the mask is supposed to mask the voice too, you have Holmes do the voice.
Yep. But you get what I'm saying. Jeffrey Combs started the role in the animated series as The Question.
That's what I'm talking about. You have Jeffrey do the voice when it's the question, the character question on the screen. But once in essence he's no longer the question, it's the person behind the mask.
Yes.
And you have Jensen playing the role.
I would so watch that. Because it would work. Because Jeffrey Combs has that kind of voice. You know what I mean?
And that way you get the best of both worlds. You would have the fanboys and fangirls going over it because, it's Jeffrey Combs doing the voice. Jeffrey Combs, how great, how awesome is that? It's a great nod to the animated series.
Yes.
And you'll have all the fangirls getting a little, dare I say it, moist.
Yes.
In regards to Jensen being, the actual physical person playing the character and not being the person that's not in the mask. You'll have all those, all those gals like, oh yeah. You'll have that aspect because Jensen himself has voiced the Red Hood in some of the animated movies. So, and he wants to play in the. I think you said you wanted to be in like one of the DC aspects. So why not? Let him play the question.
Yep. And then have Combs doing like the main voiceover. Oh. Fuck Jensen, but Combs.
I'll say it like this. I'll say it like this. To see if it'll work, if they bring back the series this year, stick Jensen in the role of the Question for what's the freak. Put him in. I gotta pull up the CW app. Christ, I can't think of the show. Of course, it's in alphabetical order. No, that's.
But you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, stick him in Legends of Tomorrow.
Yes.
To see how, as a test, to see how well he's received as the Question. Just as a test.
I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying because I'm excited. That would make me beyond excited. Alright, let me put it this way. When they had Combs play Ratchet, the Autobot Ratchet in Transformers Prime, and then for him to talk about zombie Autobots, yeah, my fangirl was till 11. And if you have not watched Transformers Prime with Jeffrey Combs talking about zombie Autobots, yeah, it is good.
I'll go like this. Because I'm a little bit fan of The Flash, the show, the CW show The Flash. And because what person who played the elongated man said in the cast, and because last year that stuff coming out, and they said, you know what, we don't want that guy back on part of the show anymore. Bring in, Jensen to be the Question, to be the private investigator. It'd be a little bit quirky, but still, it'll work. The elongated man was a C-list character anyway.
Yeah, but to see Jeffrey Combs address the fact of any zombie, it blows my fucking mind. I don't care if it's Autobot zombies or Transformer zombies, but him to be like, zombies, dear God, it was great. And you just don't even begin to fathom. It's like David Cage just talking about Megatron for hours on end. To hear Jeffrey Combs talking about zombies on end from an Autobot perspective is just... it's good. I don't know how to describe it. It's just really good. Especially when he's like, zombies. And you know what he's talking about. It's beyond great. I don't know how to describe it. Watch Transformers Prime. Watch anything Reanimator and you'll get it. And you will die laughing. Because it is the most awesome thing in the entire world. Again, just me. I'm weird. So, Chris, weird sodas. You try the watermelon one yet from Mountain Dew?
No, not yet.
Not yet? Oh.
Not yet. After everything that happened last year,
yeah.
I kind of just have been ignoring a lot of the sugary cereals.
Yeah.
Meaning the drinks and all that.
There's got to be something that's sugar-free you can try. Gotta. What are you working on?
Hmm?
What are you working on?
Absolutely nothing.
I don't mean you. Chris, I hear something going on.
That's not me.
Oh.
That's ironically that's George.
Oh. What are you doing, George?
Absolutely nothing. I'm just sitting here listening to your conversation.
Alright, so George.
Sounds like you're doing something to me.
Yeah, sounds like something. So George, what are you working on? What's your big project?
Well, besides what I've already mentioned, that's really about it. I don't really have many big projects coming up. I want to get this Star Trek cosplay done by fall, so I'll be ready for every con. Now, this outfit will be professional. This outfit will be 100% screen accurate, down to the phaser and the tricorder. Everything will be 100% screen accurate, and I'll be walking around. I'll be so happy because I will be officially geeked out from all of this Trek stuff.
So what is this project?
So it's just my, I guess, a hobby, I guess. But I'm absolutely happy about it. So
Yeah, but when is it? When are you doing it?
well, I'll be using this for all cons from now on. You know, once it's done, this will be my perma-con wear. Just like you wear your Ghostbusters, everyone will know me wearing my Star Trek.
Yeah, but when? When is it due? When are you doing it?
I'll probably have it done by Harrisburg.
Harrisburg. So that's what, September?
September.
Alright, we will give a good look out. So Chris, what are you working on lately?
Nothing right now. As I said earlier, I probably be posting up a retrospective episode tomorrow, if not Wednesday, the latest. I'm gonna try to work on posting up some new videos to my YouTube channel. That way, there's some interesting content up there.
Okay.
So.
What kind of content?
And right now, it's just I've been focusing on a few unboxings and rants that way. It's all I got going for me right now. But I'll probably be doing a review on the new tablet I just picked up like last week. So giving the good, the bad, and the ugly for that. There's a few things I like about it and a few things I don't like about it. So.
What new unboxing?
The latest video that I have, at least that to work on and put together is I put in for a subscription box for AirDrop. It's one of these, like, think Loot Crate. But
Okay.
they only sent me, what they sent was pretty much like, give you an example. If you subbed up to Loot Crate for like 6 months, they would give you a kind of a freebie box saying like, "Welcome to Loot Crate. Here's a standard Loot Crate T-shirt. Here's a couple Loot Crate freebie stuff."
Right.
What I put in for was not a welcome to AirDrop. It was supposed to be a like last month's box or something like that.
Okay.
What I got in the box was I spent $30 on this box plus shipping. I got a standard AirDrop T-shirt, a Pokemon figure,
Ugh.
and a can of Red Bull.
Well, that's it.
That's it. $30.
Ugh. For
And it's
$30.
like, wait a minute, you up the value of a can of Red Bull to $10, or the fact that the can you discounted the can of Red Bull to nothing, and the Pokemon thing was $15 and the shirt was $15. I doubt that the resin figure of Squirtle is worth $15.
Yeah, I would doubt that very much.
And there's nothing special about it either. It's just a small little 2 or 3 inch figure of Squirtle. Nothing special about it. Like, really? I spent $30 for this piece of shit? And that's mentioning you sent a can of... You didn't ask if I wanted a can of Red Bull. You sent a can of Red Bull.
Yeah.
You could at least gave an option of whether I wanted something sugar-free or not. Like, even though I'm a diabetic, I've been sounding like a freaking vegan about it. It's like, I'm trying to watch my sugar levels. I'm not one of these folks that wants to jack up their sugars and go back to the freaking hospital.
Nope. I do not think.
It's like, I have friends that it's like, if I go through that again, they will wait until I come out of the hospital to send me back in because they just kicked my ass.
Yep. I'll be one of them. I know Georgia will be too.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what pissed me off. But I have a few other. I said I put in a mystery box / bag for a bunch of comics. There's supposed to be a minimum 3 in it. I was keeping an eye on one particular site that's been doing it for the past 2 months. They haven't done this month yet due to the fact that they moved from, I think, Florida to Texas, and they're still getting organized and, I guess, stock in. So I have to wait for that before they do next month's, but I don't see it happening yet because they've been sending stuff out by the 9th, and they haven't done anything for April yet. But what sounded promising is another company was doing something similar, and instead of having a 2,000 package run, it was only 60, and I got in just in time for that run, so I want to see how that goes. Hopefully by the mid-April I'll have Loot Crate DX coming in.
Yeah.
See how that goes. It'll be my first Loot Crate DX box I ever picked up, and my first Loot Crate in well over a year since I picked up. Plus I have a Dungeons and Dragons mystery box coming in probably roughly the same time. So that whole fun jazz, plus everything that's happening on April 10th. So I have to get on fucking ball, literally.
Yeah, we'll get there. So George, anything you want to promote or anything of that nature before we kill tonight?
Yes, actually I do. So for those out there, let me pull up all the information here before I know because my mind's all frizzled. But there it is. So yes, if most of you don't know, I work with a wonderful company called EPG Films, and there is a wonderful film that's coming out called Mortician. And yes, we do have a little page up for people to support for the Mortician. You know, you make sure you donate. So I know Chris probably did to.
I did.
Yep, and to the Indiegogo for the Mortician. You know, we are right now at $455 USD, and it's only going up. So, you know, you have all of these cool little aspects and levels. You can pre-order, get a DVD, an autographed poster, t-shirts, t-shirt combo DVD, all of the above. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. You know,
so basically what George is saying, donate now and donate often.
Correct, because you're donating to a small independent company that is making their first feature-length film, and it is going to blow your socks off, folks. With wonderful actors. And of course, you got Corey, you got Davey, Lance, you got Jake Wainbright, Eric Hurd, Gus Zucco, Josue Salinas, just to name a few. And you got the amazing Craig Sturts doing all of the makeup, the props, and all of the blood and the gore. So it's going to be a fun film. The goal is $3,000 of additional funding. So any little bit helps.
Yep, so you got time to donate and help out. So, like, you know, I'm all for small business and trying to get, like, word out there. So, by all means, you know, try to help out with the mortician. Because goodness only knows, maybe I will be giving it some shit in my review at some point, but who knows. Chris, how about you? You got anything going on or promotion-wise?
No, I think the reason why is like I know I did donate to David Kerr's project Go Away, and I think I donated to Mortician. So I was like, that's why I was like, I don't know if I donate to Mortician or not. I think I did. So that's why come December everything's going to be a surprise, and I know I did donate to a Kickstarter. So it's like, I hope everything comes in. I hope everything goes out because I wanted to donate to Mortician. You know, I think I donated to Mortician. I want to say I did. I just that my brain sometimes like, okay, we forgot we donated or not. Should we donate again? But I know it was like one of the limited edition posters. I think for that. So
Beautiful.
Damn right. So, Chris, anything else going on, like your-wise? Like, shows, promos, anything else that needs attention?
No, not really. I got a lot on my plate, nothing additional other than what, I stated earlier. Stuff to post up. I got stuff already up.
Well, tell
still
me
have my rant
more
up from last week.
about the Long Coat Mafia podcast, what all you do, where you're at, where we can find you.
We are found on our main website, which is thelongcoatmafia.podbean.com. As always, that site will have everything in regards to our social media, where to find us, but that's a great hub to go to if you miss any of the other stuff. We are available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, Amazon Music, loads of places where podcasts are found. Plus, we are also have our YouTube channel, which is called the Long Coat Mafia Podcast. We don't have the subscriber count for a custom URL yet. We are still 52 subscribers away from that custom URL goal, and we are from there well over 952 away from the minimum effort for being monetized. So it's going to be a long way, but we're looking at the short term right now and trying to gun for that 100 subscriber goal here on YouTube. So we have that custom URL.
Damn right. Keep working for it. And George, tell me a little about you and where we can find you.
So you can find me mostly on YouTube. Yes, I did reach that 100 goal. I'm at 103, so I got my custom URL. So I can say you can reach me on YouTube at youtube.com/PND Studios. That's the easiest way to find me. And of course, I'm on Facebook as well. Just type in PND Studios or PandaNDesigns.com.
Right on. So anything coming up new for both of y'all, like show-wise or anything of that nature that we should be aware of?
No, not that I've already mentioned earlier, so all is well. I'm not doing anything new besides just question and answer things, so we'll just see how that goes. We'll just see how it goes.
So, Chris and George, I know we're getting ready to do a con here soon. You guys want to talk about that a little bit?
You mean as what we're doing there?
Yes.
Me and myself, I'll be promoting my show. I'll have flyers to hand out. I'll have about 180 plus little freebies to hand out. That's besides the flyers. Whereas I don't knock the fact that most booths will hand out or have candy to hand out, but I will not have candy. I'll have something special to hand out to folks when they come to my channel, my table. Plus, I'll have a very limited number of stickers to hand out as well. Plus, I'll be while at the show, I'll be doing a panel with Sasha and probably one other podcaster. I'm not sure if they will be part of it, but we'll see how things roll. And for the most of the day, I'll be running around because I will not be associated with this. Even though I'll be there at the event, I'll not be doing stuff for the event. Let me put it like that, other than the panel.
All right. So, George and Chris, I know I both said that I am going to be at the Shock Fest one way or the other. You guys joining me in some way or form or the other, regardless if it's a formal invite or not?
So I'm going to be at Shock Fest regardless because I've already talked to Matt Burns. I showed my interest. I'm also going to be there in capacity with EPG Films if I haven't heard back from Corey on whether or not she wants to set a table up. But if she doesn't, I will be there in some sort of format capacity, probably with my own table and art. Because now that I have an IM
DB?
I got it. Yeah, whatever you said, because that is something new, and I have to get ready for that. Because I haven't had that. It's more like I want to get myself into the horror things more often because I enjoy working in horror films, and I enjoy working for the horror community. And this is like I don't know. I feel like a kid in the candy store, and I'm so excited. I feel like the Candy Man.
Damn right. So, George and Chris, not to put you on the spot, but once the Princess of Darkness movie is live, I almost assure that you both are going to be a part of it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? No matter what it means, no matter how terrible it is.
True.
I'll still be a part of it.
No, let me put it this way. I know already Chris is a space trucker in the next movie, but it's the first movie that's the question. Yes, Chris, you're already a short apart in the second movie, so God knows what happens to you in the first movie, but the second movie is the one that makes it so much fun. How do you feel?
Oh, we'll see. We'll see. I'll let you know once it's done.
Alright, all I gotta say is watch Space Truckers and definitely watch. Oh, what is that movie called? Battle Beyond the Stars?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that is so your character plus Space Truckers. I think you'll get it. George, I'm still deciding where you fit in. I think the Space Samurai will go pretty well with you, not to be a racist fuckhole like everybody else in the universe.
Yeah, we'll see where you put me.
Man, we'll figure it out. I got a part planned for everybody. It'll work out. But anyways, anything you guys want to plug or address or say while I got y'all?
Pretty much got it.
Right.
All that you said, friend.
Well, I will catch you all later. Thank you all for joining me, and this has been Sasha's Podcast Darkness. Anybody wants to stay around for After Dark, we shall have fun. But otherwise, have a good night, guys.
Later.
Later on. Peace and chicken grease, as I always say.
Alright, peace out.
I'm still here, Legion, so go for it, whatever you want. I'm just finishing up the old nails. Because, F it, I want to look good. Mm. Hey, Iroquois, what's up? Just dancing and playing. 'Cause that's how I roll. Podcast of Darkness. Woo. Not trying to be too loud. Woo. So how's it going tonight, guys? It's Sasha, the Princess of Darkness. We just having a good time, just dancing around, listening to music. Right on. Woo! Monsters, yay! Have a good night. Catch y'all later.